and hope for the best. And hey, what about that tweet from Tyreek? It's time for me to go, Coach.
I guess I read it as he's talking about coaching. There's not a comma, but probably when he was typing his comma. I don't know. He's in great spirits and walkthrough. So maybe he just wanted you to ask me in my press conference.
That's certainly something to think about, Coach Mike. The 49ers are at Hard Rock Stadium today to play the Finns. It's yet another must-win for the Dolphins after their poor play versus the Texans. Tua says there's only room to think about today's game.
For players, coaches alike, you know, whether it was the best game you had, whether it was the worst game you had, you got to learn how to move on from that, because the next team doesn't care whether you won or not. They're focused on how they can stop you. We're focused on how we can get points on the board. We're focused on things that we can get better on.
We'll see. Time for Game Day, Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans, with Tobin and Solana, Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And good morning, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana. Dan Day producing for us today. You'll be able to hear him today on Game Day Uncensored post-game edition, as well as your Miami Dolphins getting set, backs against the wall as they welcome in the San Francisco 49ers. How are we feeling this morning, Solana? How are we feeling? What is the optimism level? Where are you at with the slim? I mean, that was a very pessimistic, big voice today. He really laid it all out there for us.
Slim. And something about mathematics.
The mathematics are also slim.
Tobin, give me a Dolphins dub today just to make me feel better, because this weekend has sucked for South Florida. I mean, the Heat, with just the most epic defeat of all time last night. I'm just gutted over it. And then like the ACC just putting up ducks yesterday. Now we're going to have to hear about SEC 3-loss, 4-loss teams for the next 5 years in the college football playoffs. Like, hey, Dolphins, just give us something this weekend, please. Give us something, man.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't know how you got through that post game yesterday without cursing. I mean, look, I don't even.
It was just me weeping.
It was just your tears, like the microphone short circuited because of your tears. It was honestly, like, I know this isn't a Heat show, but it was one of the worst losses I've ever seen in my life. Quite frankly, it was embarrassing what happened to them.
Awful.
But the Dolphins, you know, what happened to them last week against the Houston Texans, we kind of like, it was a weird ride last week's Game Day Uncensored, because I think we both came into that show optimistic, and then as we saw the injury report and them dropping like flies, and we saw that some dude we never heard of was going to play right tackle, we're like, oh, all right, this isn't going to go good. And then, of course, you know, then this is the week where Teron Armstead's leg maybe works because he lost function in his leg, so now he's back. Everybody might be back this week. Not the most ideal times, but they're not dead yet. They got to win out. They need a lot of help to get into the playoffs. They put themselves in this position, Solana. The hopes are not great. Slim.
Tobin, you say that he lost. It wasn't pain tolerance. It was loss of function. Which, listen, man, I've had my share of knee injuries. You know, I fancy myself a knee expert, which is probably dumb of me. I'm not a doctor, but I've had 2 knee surgeries, and I just feel like I know a lot about it. I don't know. That doesn't sound good. Loss of function in one's knee, especially at his age. Is this not, and maybe we say this after every year, Tobin, and I'm sure other NFL fan bases do the same thing every year as well, right? Like, this sport is weird. Weird things happen in this sport. But is this just not one of the weirdest Dolphins season in a long time? I mean, starting from week 1 with Tyreek getting detained, and then now, like, here we are at the end of the season Dolphins, of course, need like an absolute miracle to get into the postseason. But everything that's happened, you signed a linebacker who ended up retiring, then wanted to come back, said he told the team said they had never heard from him. Like, just we could go through the list of all these oddities that have happened this season. And it, again, maybe every team could say it. Maybe we could say it at the end of every year as well. But this is one of the more bizarre Dolphin seasons, in my opinion,
up there.
At least.
It's definitely up there. Like the Bullygate season, stands out in my mind. I mean, the first year they were in Hard Knocks with Joe Philbin and Jeff Ireland, and then of course, Jeff Ireland. We all got to see him trade Vontae Davis, and a lot of that stuff comes to mind. But yes, this is up there. I think it's up there, especially with the background of expectations and hope and realizing that, maybe there were some flaws, but you thought that this has still had the potential to be a fun season. And it's been anything but. The one thing I can say, this hasn't been a fun season. I think the last couple of years have definitely had their incredible fun moments and have captivated the Dolphins fan. I think that's what's made it different from other Dolphin seasons, is just that you were looking forward to every game. And now that just kind of feels like your run of the mill season for the Dolphins of just epic disappointment. And it's not dead yet, but this is just, I don't know how much hope anybody can have, because they could win out, they could lose out, they could do. You don't really know what they could pull out of their sleeve over these next three.
Would you bet on them winning out?
No,
because I see Dan's confident. I mean, this technically is the formula for them, right? But below 500 team today, especially at home, clear weather, clear conditions, and then you get the Browns, and then you get the Jets. But you just don't know. You don't know, like you said, like you just don't know with the Dolphins right now what team it is you're going to get, and that's on either side of the football. What is this team's identity, Tobin? Honestly, what is it? Because last year we knew, okay, Tua's going to get the ball to Tyreek no matter what. 100%, no matter what, Tua's going to get the ball to Tyreek. So we can always fall back on that, right? I don't know what this team's identity is, and we have 3 games left in the season. The defense, their numbers have been good in terms of defending the pass, but they don't force turnovers. They're not reliable to get to the quarterback, and then they'll look good one week, and then they'll let Aaron Rodgers, who is just absolutely washed, torch him for 300-plus yards and almost beat them. And the offense, I mean, Tua and Tyreek is non-existent anymore, and you can't run the football either. And then Tua has a really good stretch of the season, and then, of course, worst game maybe of his career the other day. Like, I just don't know what this team's identity is.
Yeah, I don't think they do either. I think that's kind of been the thing that has annoyed me, especially on the offensive front, is I feel like they've allowed teams to take their identity away. Like they've been so hell-bent on the 2 deep and everybody, making them take what they give you. And I've never felt this season like the Dolphins have ever dictated the terms of a game. I've always felt like they'll play the game how it needs to be played, because they felt like there was going to be some benefit along the way for the late games, and that there was going to be some payoff. And I don't think that really has come. I guess if you were to say, like, what's their identity this year, man, I guess Tua, found another comfort in Jonnu Smith. And I guess that is not so much their identity, but that seems like who's become the star of the defense over everybody else. Now you go into a game where, I mean, none of your receivers other than Malik Washington are healthy. I guess Ezukama is going to get his chance to shine today. He's finally going to get up off the practice squad, but Tyreek Hill's banged up. Jalen Waddle, who knows if he'll play again this season. So those guys were the faces and the guys that you paid. The offensive line has been an absolute catastrophe basically since Austin Jackson went down. I don't know. I don't know what you would consider the identity of this team other than mismanaged.
Remember, there was a stretch in the season, Tua comes back and Tua can't get the ball to Tyreek, and Waddle is consistently. And I think the conversation shifted to, well, this is actually Mike McDaniel's approach. Mike McDaniel is trying to stay away from the deep plays, which late in the season can be taken away by defenses. And Mike McDaniel is taking a more conservative approach to the offense, because that's what's going to help the Dolphins win games late in the season. And I heard this a lot, especially from Hawk and Crowder, right? Like those guys, I know, you know that I talk to them every day about this, and their whole mindset was, this is what's going to help the Dolphins get over the hump late in the season. This is how they're going to be able to win football games. And I mean, it just didn't. Like I don't think, and to your point, Tobin, when you say, the Dolphins haven't really dictated anything in any game, they've just kind of been playing football. I don't think at any point this season they've actually instilled their style. I don't know if they have a style anymore. It's just like, hey, we're going to go out here and Mike McDaniel's going to take 17 seconds to call a play, and then Tua Tagovailoa has to go make a play, and that's it. And if it doesn't work, then the Dolphins don't have a chance at moving the football. And I think that's been the hardest part for me this season, where there's just no consistency at all at any facet or any level of the game.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that the thing that's been frustrating is, for anybody who was skeptical of this team and anything that you wondered, hey, is that going to hold up? Is that going to be able to, is that going to be it? Yeah, it's pretty much flared up. It's been a nightmare scenario in that case, because, if you were worried about the depth of the offensive line, that's come bite and bit you. If you were worried, was Tyreek Hill going to take a step back? Was he going to hold up? That's coming and bit you. Raheem Mostert's age and durability, is that going to be an issue? It certainly was. Tua, can he stay healthy through a whole season? No. What about the losses on the defense? Yes, that has come back to affect you in some way, shape, or form. There's you could probably count on one hand the guys who have actually exceeded expectations or gotten better, and that would probably be like, it would start with Zach Sealer and Jonnu Smith and maybe Aaron Brewer.
Calais Campbell for sure.
Calais Campbell, but it's not a deep list of guys who you're like, wow, that guy, he's been better than I thought he was going to be. And that's a problem. That's a problem when you spent the money that they did, and the owner has the expectations that he did, and the fan base right now, I think, is just exhausted. And I think the thing that is disappointing, we'll get more into the Houston Texans game, is we talked about this last week. Like, their whole thing has been, they're a bit of a bully team. They're a front running team. They beat up on the little guy. If there's ever a time you need them to step up in weight class, they always get out punched. They always do. And the thing with the Texans is, the Texans aren't even like the creme de la creme. Like, you're taking on probably like the lowest level of good team. And again, it was just like, yeah, they're not gonna do anything. They're going to completely wet the bed on this. And that's the disappointing thing, is like, all right, you couldn't even take out like the low rung good teams. And it's just that's what I think got into it being disappointing. So we'll get more into it. Game Day Uncensored brought to you by your South Florida Chevy dealers. You're looking for more power, capability, and technology with Chevy trucks. You're ready for anything Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. We'll recap that Texans loss, what the hell went wrong, including a turnover-filled game by Tua Tagovailoa. Take a break. More to come here on Game Day Uncensored after this.
WQAM broadcasting live
By Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Edmore's has your back. Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. Edmore's is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Streaming live on YouTube and Twitch. Miami 560 WQAM is the channel, and we can stream in your ears as well on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Miami Dolphins fans heading down to Hard Rock Stadium for the final time this season as the Dolphins host the 49ers, 425 on CBS. They did keep the primo spot for CBS this afternoon. Kind of surprising. They did get flexed out last for next week's game, so no Sunday night football, Solana, for the Miami Dolphins against the Cleveland Browns.
Not surprising, right? I think the biggest draw of that game was what? James Winston at this point. Not that he's been playing well, but just the fact that he
does
always
crazy
has
stuff.
Something. Yeah, he always has something to say that everybody loves. But yeah, I mean, not surprised. The game is probably going to be meaningless. So listen, man, I don't think anybody would have thought coming into the season in September that week 16? That'll be week 16. Dolphins, Browns would be two teams that are ultimately out of it. But here we are, week 16, and Dolphins letting you down again, man.
I'm laughing because Dan Day was watching Enigma yesterday, and I was watching a little bit of Enigma too, which is the Aaron Rodgers documentary. But it's also starring Dolphin safety Jordan Poyer in episode 2 because he's on the ayahuasca retreat, and Aaron Rodgers even talks about it, about how Jordan Poyer reached out to him. I mean, he was high as a kite, Dan.
Not a good look. Not a good look. I was not a proud Dolphins fan. He looked bad.
He was Solana. First of all, he has this instrument in his hand. I don't know what it was, a Himalayan bowl drum or something like that, where he is like, whoo. That dude was on another planet with Aaron Rodgers.
I saw the clips. I haven't watched the show yet. I want to watch it. I saw the clips, though, where Aaron Rodgers is talking about that he's a caterpillar. Do I have that right?
Yeah.
He's a caterpillar.
He
And
turned into a butterfly.
He's finally able to turn into a butterfly and flap his wings. And the good thing for Jordan Poyer is that, like, nobody knows it's him.
Oh, no. They say it's him.
They do?
Yeah.
He does a thing where he goes, and this is my buddy Jordan Poyer, and he's even like throwing his dirt out there. He goes, guy's marriage was terrible. His life was in disarray. And I'm less like, he's like, until the ayahuasca.
The other NFL players he doesn't mention. He just specifically mentions Jordan Poyer on the trip. And then, whoa.
Didn't Jordan Poyer struggle with like alcoholism as
Yep,
well?
they mentioned that too.
Him. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. They mentioned that too.
But the ayahuasca trip like helped him see the light and
ayahuasca helped him see the light. He's there with his mom. Jordan Poyer's mom is there with him. And then there's at one point where they're all just laying in a river, like a dirty river. And then Aaron Rodgers is high as a kite looking up at the stars. It was crazy. It was like, I'm like, I cannot believe anybody would allow themselves to be filmed like this. Like, if you want to know how much attention Aaron Rodgers wants, he's like, here is me and my friends just high as a kite in Costa Rica, dancing, doing Ring Around the Rosie. Yeah. I mean, no judgment to anybody. Like, listen, if you want to get high as a kite, that's fine. I just couldn't believe anybody would want. I would never want myself filmed like that.
They drink it, right? Is that what they do with the ayahuasca? They drink it, or do they?
Yep.
They're not smoking ayahuasca, right?
Well, it's a retreat,
it's like
so
a soup.
You take it different ways, but yeah, mostly it's ingested by drinking it. But then there's the womb, which was when they were in, where there's the smoke and the leaves, and then they throw you in a stream, and that's when. But nobody was living it better than Jordan Poyer. You see why his season has been kind of this year.
Yeah, if you're wondering why he's seeing different things out there on the field and just yelling at his teammates, it's probably because he sees like spirit wolves out there on the field.
He was very touchy-feely too. He was hugging everybody and touching on everybody. It was like, oh, okay.
It was a wild one. But I'm 2 episodes. It's been a good watch. I mean, like, look, if you want insight into what a maniac Aaron Rodgers is, it certainly does deliver on that. I have not watched episode 3 though. Dan, does it get worse?
It's the same, man. I thought it was fantastic, to be honest. Whether you like Aaron Rodgers or not, he does tell you his side of the story, though. So they kind of leave out some of the dirtier things that, not leave out, but he tells his side. Like, he gets ahead of it instead of just like divorcing his family and all this other crazy stuff. He's like, my family and I have different points of view. And I'm like, well, no, that Matt LaFleur and I didn't exactly see eye to eye at first. You publicly asked for him to get fired.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, I didn't want to do the same thing Brett Favre did to me. Yeah, he did. It's like, come on.
He's
man.
like, I was the greatest to Jordan Love. He's, he was the best. Aaron Rodgers, he has no a fault on anything like this.
Still, it's great.
But is every episode a different ayahuasca trip, or is it all just like the same day and they
kind of weave in and out? Like it all kind of starts on the backdrop of him rehabbing with the Jets injury, but they do a lot of flashbacks to Green Bay, and then they're in Costa Rica, and then he's on a mountain with RFK. So there's a lot of weaving in and out on timelines. It's
they show his high school career. It's a lot of back and forth in current day, and then they go to they have a ayahuasca retreat, which is like 4 or 5 days out in Costa Rica, which I'm sure cost $1 billion.
The best part, though, Dan, was it not when he comes back from the ayahuasca trip and he goes to some charity flag football event where I guess a lot of rich people get their teams quarterbacked by whatever QB they bid on. And the funniest was he's still high as a kite, clearly, at this flag football game. And Jared Goff is like kind of into it. He goes, tell me about what you got going on there. And I was like, man, of all people you would think want to get high as a kite, Jared Goff is not the guy that I would expect. But he's like kind of interested in that medicine you got going on down there. It's like, hey, Jared, if you want to go high, just say you want to get high as a kite, dude. It's okay.
Medicine. Wait till Dan Campbell sees that documentary. He's gonna literally tie Jared Goff down. Like, you are not leaving the United States. Do not let Jared Goff on a plane to Costa Rica.
And Jared Goff he asked like more specific questions. One just like, I want to know about that. Then he was like, so what did you do? How'd you feel? And he was kind of like, where'd you go?
He's like, I'm feeling good right now.
The dude walks up and goes, my kid intercepted you last year at this event. It's the greatest day of his life. And Aaron Rodgers still just so high was like, okay.
That's great. Anyway, this is what happens when the Dolphins get beat by the Texans. We don't really want to talk about it, but they did. Yeah, Solana, that was a bad game, man. That was such a bad game from the offense. I thought the defense showed up. That's been a continued theme for the Miami Dolphins. Is like, they'll get something good from one side of the football, but then the other side of the football just doesn't bring it. They've just not had a complete game. This entire season, it feels like, and maybe the Patriots is like the lone game you could probably look at. That was that was bad, man. That was bad, and Tua was not good. He's throwing the football to the other team willy-nilly, and for whatever reason, it was always like looking to Tyreek Hill. Those two could not get on the same page. Really disappointed to see that last week.
Yeah, especially because like every opportunity this team gets to break some sort of narrative, it just feeds into the narrative more, right? I mean, big game on the road, and Tua can't play well. Big game on the road. And against Green Bay, Tobin, I mean, you got crushed by Tuanon, but you were right. In the first half, I mean, it was nothing. It was bad. And he kind of saved face in the second half, I thought. His numbers ended up bearing out pretty decently. So here you go. You get another opportunity to say, hey, look, we can do this. We can go on the road. We can beat a playoff team, and we can try to salvage our season. And he has his worst game of the year, probably his worst game in 2 years, going back to, the Flow era where he's in Tennessee and he can't grip the ball. And it just looked like a total disaster. I mean, it was one of his worst rated games of his career. But I'll tell you right now, I know everybody's takeaway from that game, and obviously the Tua haters and the skeptics came out, and it's like they were happy that happened so that they could use it against him. I wasn't as upset with Tua as I just was about the situation the Dolphins are in, which is, like you said, 30 minutes before the game, we find out you're without your 2 starting tackles. You're already down another starting tackle. So you're literally playing without your 3 best tackles available to you. And now you're just in disarray. I mean, you have no confidence of this team going out there and actually being able to play quality football on the side that they're supposed to be consistent and they're supposed to have a sustainable attack. You just had no confidence going into the game, Tobin. At least I didn't. Once again, they can't run the ball. It goes back to what we were talking about, no identity. I was more frustrated, not so much with Tua after the game, but just the situation in general. Like, hey, we have to rely on Liam Eichenberg and a guy who's never taken a snap in the NFL at right tackle to protect our starting quarterback. it's just a bad situation that Chris Grier has put his team in and this roster in, and all the things we've talked about with Mike McDaniel over and over again on the road. Should you simplify your offense? Can things click better on the road? Because they certainly don't seem like they do time and time again. And you're running into the same problem over and over and over again in the third year of this era under Mike McDaniel. So that was my takeaway, man. Like, it's easy to just go after Tua, and I'm not saying that I'm relieving him of any blame. Certainly, you have your worst game, 4 turnovers. Like, it was bad from Tua. But I just thought it was the epitome of what's wrong with this team. And it started before the game, availability on the offensive line, and it spread into the game as well.
Yeah, and it's just the backbreaking mistakes and the times that they make these mistakes that have been soul crushing for them during these games. Like, you look at the end of the first half and you have a 6-point swing. You know, you actually have a stand, and shocking, Danny Crossman's special teams gets duped by a fake punt to set yourself up. Like, it's just you almost like think to yourself, it's like Murphy's Law. Like, what's the worst thing that can happen to put this team in a bad position? And that's going to be there for them. And you know, that's what's really disappointing about it. Is it's all the things that have been thrown out there. Tua deserves plenty of blame. Tyreek Hill deserves plenty of blame. They are the stars of the team. They're the faces of the franchise. They've been paid as such. And for those guys to not be on the same page multiple times, and this is going now back-to-back weeks where Tua's yelling at Tyreek on the field, and that's kind of crazy when you think that they've had 2 record-breaking seasons back-to-back. Like, how has that gotten worse? How has that gotten and what goes into that? And certainly we'll get into the Tyreek Hill conversation later on in the show with the whole tweet thing. But I just think that's just such a bad look, because when your team is down in the trenches and your team is missing things and your defense does give you gutsy problems, you're looking on your top guys to lean on and help you. You look at I look at last night with the Miami Heat. It's like when disaster strikes and you are melting down, I'm looking to Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero to bail your team out. And they couldn't do it. And that's what makes it, even more disappointing with the Dolphins. It's like, who's going to help us out here? Should be tried and true. Tua to Tyreek Hill, one of the most unstoppable things in the league the last 2 years. And they're giving the football away to the Texans left and right. That's inexcusable with your season on the line, even with all of the things that they had to deal with. I'm not debunking or disputing, hey, Tua having to play out there with that right side of the offensive line is horse bleep. That's a bad build by Mike McDaniel and Chris Grier. But it is the hand they've been dealt. And he told me earlier in the year, it doesn't matter who the offensive line is because I get the ball out fast, brother.
Yeah.
So those are his words, not mine. So I'm gonna take him at what he said, and it was disastrous.
Plus, the interceptions, Tobin, the interceptions were for the most part with clean pockets. They were just bad throws.
Bad decisions. Didn't see somebody, got duped.
Right. That was as bad of a performance you'll see from an offensive line through the course of the game, outside of Patrick Paul. Credit to the rookie. But the interceptions specifically, especially the last 2, and then the one right before the half, like it didn't come because there was, crazy amounts of pressure and he just had to throw a heave up to get rid of the ball. Like, he had time. He had time to make decisions. He had time to go through his progressions, go through his reads, and he just made the bad decision all 3 times on those interceptions. There's nothing, I tweeted this out during the game, there's nothing more Dolphins than forcing a turnover. They forced that CJ Stroud fumble. Dolphins get the ball. Pristine position to go down the field and get some points, right, Tobin? Like something, whether it's a field goal or whether it's a touchdown, and kind of turn the tide of the game. First play, holding. Now it's 1st and 20. I mean, it's just those mistakes that have that sum up my fandom, my life watching the Miami Dolphins. It's that right there, which is, it's mind-numbing that you get a play that's supposed to push momentum towards your side and then immediately shoot yourself in the foot. Immediately shoot yourself in the foot. And then 2 plays later, you turn the ball over anyways. It just, and then the Texans go and get an opportunity to score right before the end of the half. Like, those are the things that separate good football teams from bad football teams. And the Dolphins consistently trend in the wrong direction of that debate.
Let's hear from the guilty parties here on that performance last week on the INTs. Here was Mike McDaniel on who were the INTs on, Tua or Tyreek Hill?
You want the good news or the bad news? The bad news first is that they were, in fact, 3 interceptions. That's the bad news. The good news is, both Tyreek and Tua have been very accountable and both say it's their fault. That's what you want.
Awesome. That is, also just not to happen. I would want that.
That would be good news.
That would be good news. That would be the good news. You want the good news? They didn't screw it up 3 times this week. Here was Tua. This is him saying, no excuse for Tyreek Hill and I'm not to be on the same page 3 times in a game.
That's just it. It's just letting the guys know that, this is why we weren't as successful as we were in these past games. Me and Tyreek being on the same page, us not being on the same page, that's something that we take accountability for. But there's no excuses as to why that had happened and why it kept reoccurring. That's no excuses for that, and that shouldn't be. That's not the ball that we play here, and so that's not going to happen again. We got to move forward from that, and it's a new challenge that we have.
You didn't like that clip. You didn't.
No,
like that
I mean, it is the ball that you play, right? I mean,
it's been the ball they played. It's definitely been that this year.
At this point, I mean, you could say, "Hey, we don't." Tua can say, "I don't turn the ball over a lot," and that's fine. But this is the ball that they play overall. I mean, this team is 6-17 in the McDaniel era against teams with winning records.
Yeesh.
They're 3-14 on the road.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the ball that they play, and I don't know how else to say it, but this is what they do. This is who they are, and it's been proven right. They've had every opportunity to prove otherwise, to inspire hope, to say, hey, you know what? The Dolphins can actually be a different team than we've seen, and they consistently come up short. The think about this, Tobin. Other than beating the Rams, who might end up making the playoffs now, the Dolphins had that good victory against the Rams on the road on Monday Night Football. Other than that game, and I'm not taking that game away from them. I just don't think the Rams are actually that great of a team. But other than that game, the best game that the Dolphins have played against a playoff contender this year, the best game was against Buffalo on the road, and they lost. And all we can say is, well, they lost by a 60-yard field goal. I mean, it happens, but at least that's what we resort to as people that are trying to find hope and promise for this team. Like, they almost beat Buffalo on the road. I mean, who are you if that's what you are? You're a joke. You're a joke if that's what you're doing.
It's not something you take a lot of pride in, for sure. It's like, all right, and I mean, maybe you would take a little bit more solace in that if you didn't get your head bashed in by Buffalo every single time you face them.
Right.
But this is where they are right now. We'll take a break. We will hope traffic, though. Let's take a little look at Lou at what today's path and for the Dolphins to make the playoffs. There is a slight playoff picture. So we'll give you that going into today's game against the 49ers when we come back on Gameday Uncensored after this.
Hi, I'm Nikola Jovic from the Miami Heat. Listen to our game.
Now let's get back to Game Day Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM, getting you ready for Dolphins and 49ers from Hard Rock Stadium. We'll talk to Adam Beasley next hour. We'll have Omar Kelly stop by. You just texted me during the break, Solana. We have banners. We have banners over the plane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not there, obviously, but this looks pretty legit to me. People telling Stephen Ross what the deal is, man. Fire Chris Greer is what the banner is ultimately saying over Hard Rock Stadium right now.
It says the tweet you sent me. It says, "Mr. Ross, this is Greer's fault. Please fix it." Not an all-out saying that he's firing him. He's just asking them to fix it. A polite banner, a kind of wink banner, if you will. You know? No?
I don't think so. I think it's pretty clear what they're trying to say. Fire Chris Greer. I think is what that banner is alluding to, Tobin. I'm always say it, but
I'm always fascinated. Like, how many? So is this going to fly over the whole thing all day? Like, I assume like 4 hours before kickoff is a long time. So I feel like you get 3 hours of airtime on that. Like, how does that work with an airplane?
Yeah, I don't know. I also, can airplanes just fly over stadiums like that? That's what's always shocked me. You know, there's like restricted air zones in places. You would think a stadium that's going to hold 67,000 people would be one of them, right? It's always kind of struck me as bizarre that any plane could just fly over a stadium. No problem.
This is the airplane banner that Solana sent me. There you go for all our YouTube and Twitch audience. You can see there. Mr. Ross, this is Greer's fault. Please fix it.
That's a Tobin line, by the way. Fix it, dude. Was that you?
Fix it. No, it wasn't me. It wasn't. Okay. I would just, because then it would just say fix it, dude. Like that's how it would go for Stephen Ross. No, I've never called up anybody to fly an airplane before. I remember this is very prominent in college sports. People are very big on this. I was reading this article the other day of Al Golden's redemption, which made me want to puke. But it was talking about Al Golden, who's now the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame, and talking about all the banners that he had to deal with for years, and now everybody's trying to make him out to some sympathetic figure, and I'm just not going to do that. But he's probably, for me, one of the most notorious banner people that's been out there. I feel like Manny Diaz might have dealt with banners too, but that's usually a college sports thing more so than a pro. But people are fed up, man. Like it's enough, I think if it wasn't for the line that he had this year, laughing about the offensive line, maybe people would be more like, all right, but he came at it with such an arrogance this year that you guys have all this concern, and look at it. You're still trying to force Liam Eichenberg into my life. I couldn't believe some of the numbers I was reading on Liam Eichenberg, which is like
crazy.
Barry Jackson put out the PFF numbers in his Miami Herald article. He's 70th out of 75 guards. That doesn't seem possible for a guy who's been in the league that long.
And is starting. Like, it's not like, hey, Dolphins are dealing with an injury, so Liam Eichenberg has to take some snaps. How it was a year ago. I mean, and okay, fine. Isaiah Wynn hasn't played this season, which is something I know we're going to talk about too, because what the hell is going on with Isaiah Wynn? He's healthy enough to be on the sideline, but like they don't even trust him to play in a must-win game over a guy who hasn't taken snaps in Jackson Carman. Like, I don't understand that. But Tobin, I mean, this is who the Dolphins started every single game this year in Liam Eichenberg. And his numbers are just awful. But truthfully, to me, it's not so much about him laughing off the concerns of the offensive line. It's not. We could use that as show fodder. We could point to it, and I know the fan base does, and rip him for it. And it's fun. All right? It's fun. But the article that Barry Jackson of the Miami Herald had, I think Monday, where he went through every player that the Dolphins have drafted since 2019, since this Chris Greer rebuild started, and not one of them outside of Chop Robinson and Patrick Paul, who the Dolphins drafted in the most recent draft from 2018 or 2019 to 2023. Not one of the players that the Dolphins drafted, not one who are still on the team, by the way, impacted the game positively.
Jeez.
Not one. And that to me is the substantial evidence, everything you need to know about the team he put together. The Texans, it took them 2 off seasons to get back to the playoffs. And now, again, they're not Super Bowl contenders in our eyes, but at the very least, Tobin, like, they're going to be perennial playoff contenders for the next couple of years, right? Like, they're going to battle for their division. Where are the Dolphins right now? Where?
It's a crazy thing, man, because you look at it and right now, the Broncos are probably going to make the playoffs. I mean, the Dolphins obviously can still bounce them right now. Like, the Dolphins, their playoff scenario to get in is they got to win out. They need 2 Denver losses and a Colts loss, 2 Chargers losses and a Colts loss, 2 Denver losses, 2 Chargers losses. The Ravens scenarios are all gone because the Ravens won yesterday. There was Saturday football. But you think back to that Broncos game. Dude, they dropped 70 on the Broncos. That wasn't long ago. And that turned out to be some pivot point for the Broncos. And now they've righted the ship. The Dolphins, 2 years ago, they smoked the Detroit Lions on the road. And somehow, some way, that was a pivot point for the Lions that have now been to an NFC championship and are looking like the best team in the NFC, even with all the injuries they've dealt with this year. And I just feel like the Dolphins have just, I don't know, it just feels like they've peaked because those are teams that took it on the chin pretty badly from this franchise in particular, and they've been able to right the ship. Well, the Dolphins, I don't know, like, just bought too much into it. Sometimes you just stay on too long, and I don't know. I don't know when it's going to smack the Dolphins in the face with reality that, all right, they gave maybe they'll sneak in, but, like, dude, even if they sneak in 7 seed, 6 seed, they're going to get absolutely smacked in the face in the first round of the playoffs.
Yeah, because they're going to end up playing the Bills on the road, or they're going to end up playing the Chiefs on the road, or they're going to end up playing the Ravens on the road. Who in their right mind is picking the Miami Dolphins to win a football game in late January or mid-January on the road against any of those 3 teams? I mean, the Dolphins are going to be 8, 9, 10-point underdogs on the road in a playoff game. I mean, and considering I'm just going based off track record, like, it's going to be a depleted team by the time you even get there. I mean, that's my thing. Like, what's the point? At least last year you limped into the playoffs, you were banged up, but you felt like, okay, can they need one game, right? Just give you one game. That's all you needed, one game. This year, it's almost a feeling of helplessness. Like, what is the point? Tobin, this team had a window, and the window closed last year. Last year was the window. Go win a Super Bowl. It closed. I feel pretty confident saying it closed, and instead of the Dolphins realizing it, they doubled down, and they paid their core. They locked them in even further this offseason. When, we're playing the result, but it is a results-based business. They shouldn't have.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those things. And then it just feels like they all right, this was your identity, and they've almost let that identity be taken away from them. Like, they're not the greatest show on surf anymore. And all of those guys who had incredible years last year in Tyreek and Waddle and Mostert have all just kind of been just cast aside. Like, they're not players that strike the fear in any defenses anymore. I mean, maybe Tyreek Hill still does. I don't know. And he certainly made headlines this week. This week with his tweet, and we'll get into that coming up at the top of next hour. But I don't know, man. Even the things that were their strengths, they don't feel like they lean into those anymore.
The run game is a perfect example because last year the Dolphins had the best run attack in the NFL. I mean, the best. This year, they're bottom 5 in the NFL. I mean, in every stat in the run game. Where can you point to, Tobin? Tell me one area where you say the Dolphins got significantly better this year. I'm not saying a player. I'm just saying
area.
A part
Tight
of
end.
the game.
That's it.
That's it. Jonnu Smith. Yeah.
That's it. Maybe center. Maybe. Which I don't even know because
No.
Jason Sanders having a better year. I mean, he does miss extra points on the reg.
Yeah,
I don't really have one for you, man. I don't have one for you. Certainly not backup quarterback.
Oh, at least Skyler's back.
He is?
Skyler Thompson back on the practice squad. They re-signed him. How'd you miss that?
They can't quit him. How did I miss it? I didn't want to see it. I just figured that once he was gone, he was gone.
Did you mute Skyler Thompson on Twitter? You muted the word
Perhaps.
Skyler Thompson on Twitter.
We'll take a break here on Gameday Uncensored. Tyreek Hill making headlines this week. We'll talk about the Dolphins star wide receiver getting those thumbs out there. Take a break. Back after this.
Football coverage on WQ.
Game show for real and discouraged Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana, Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9, HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Brendan Tobin and Alejandro Solana here with you as we take you up until a little kickoff time. Dolphins getting set for the San Francisco 49ers in their house, Hard Rock Stadium. They'll be rocking the teal jerseys, the aqua jerseys today in front of the home fans. Dan Day, of course, producing for us here today. What time do you come on the air tonight, Dan? When do we have this for post-game coverage?
Pretty much when the game ends, also when the Panthers game ends. So hopefully those will coincide around 8 o'clock. So 8 to 11, a little late night, great night.
There we go. Late night and the Cats. If anybody's got us, the Cats have got us. Okay.
They do.
Everybody else is letting us down right now in epic fashion. The Cats got us. The champs got us.
And they got the Lightning tonight on the road. So you know they're going to bring it.
Oh, listen, if there's a statement to be made, the Cats are here to make it. The 1 o'clock slate is underway. I got in the studio here, Solana. I got a little Jets and Rams action going on. Do you have what do you got? Red Zone going on there today? What do you have in the man cave?
I do. I got Red Zone going on right now. I'm conflicted. I like waking up early, knocking this out. Then you get to watch the Dolphins game, focus on it at 1. Then you get the 4 o'clock slate. But there is something fun to be able to do this show, Tobin. Preview the Dolphins game with Red Zone going on right next to me. There's something fun about it.
We got the game we're probably watching the most right now, even though I'm not watching it. I'm just going to keep an eye on the score because it's an awful game, is Colts and Titans. If we're going to keep any slim hopes alive, we're going to need Mason Rudolph to do to the Colts as he did to the Miami Dolphins when he came in that game on Monday Night Football. And only the Dolphins can get the bad luck of losing Will Levis mid-game and having to face a better quarterback. So hopefully that can happen today, and Tennessee can get a win against the Indianapolis Colts. Broncos already in the books this week. They lose to the Chargers on Thursday Night Football. So that's the big pathway right now. If we're watching one game, that's the game that you keep your eye on. I suppose you'd also like the Bengals to be knocked out of it too by next week's opponent, the Cleveland Browns. But certainly Tennessee is the priority here today. We're all tightening up.
Not really, right? Because you want, in order for the Dolphins to make the playoffs, one of these scenarios is the Broncos losing out. The Broncos have the Bengals next week on the road. So you low-key, you want the Bengals to win today. Same thing goes with the Buffalo Bills. Like you want the Bills to keep winning so that the Bills or the Chiefs rather have something to play for week 9 or week 18.
True.
Remember, If the Dolphins win out, again, I'm not holding my breath, but if the Dolphins win out, to me, the most likely scenario is the Broncos lose out. They lose their next 2 games. The Broncos are at Cincinnati next week. I mean, no matter what, they've been trashed this year, but that's a tough game. Burrow keeps slinging it. And then they host the Kansas City Chiefs. If the Chiefs have the 1 seed locked up, they're going to rest Mahomes. There's literally no reason for them to play Patrick Mahomes. And then all of a sudden, who's their backup again? The old
Carson Wentz.
Eagles quarterback, Carson Wentz. That's right. You're praying for a Carson Wentz big game, which you know is just not going to happen. So if you're still rooting for the Dolphins to make the playoffs, which we should be, by the way, if there's a chance you root for it, you want the Bengals to win today.
So that's our look right now at the NFL slate here at 1 o'clock as we roll in to Hard Rock Stadium, and the Dolphins will get going today against the San Francisco 49ers. Currently, the Dolphins go into this line has been, it is swinging full swing, because right now I see the San Francisco 49ers are a 2-point favorite over the Miami Dolphins. And I'm not surprised that it crept either to even or to, man, Solana, it's really swinging all the way to the 49ers after the Dolphins were favored earlier this week.
Yeah, it opened. I think they were 3-point favorites. It hovered around 2.5 for most of the week. And then yesterday I texted you, Tobin. I'm like, Dolphins are, or on Friday, Dolphins are 1-point dogs now. And you said it's up to two currently?
Two on ESPN, on ESPN's bet spread. It's 2. I don't know what it is on Hard Rock right now.
Yeah, it's 2.
But
It is.
It's a 2-point dogs at home for the Miami Dolphins. Yeesh.
Crazy, man.
Can't say
what makes it more frustrating is that, hey, if this was the San Francisco 49ers of the last 3 years, right? The team that was in the Super Bowl a year ago, the team that had gone to 3 straight NFC title games, you'd say, all right, makes sense. Like, even if the Dolphins were playing for, clinching a playoff spot today, I mean, whatever, makes sense. But I mean, this Niners team is banged up, and they're missing their starting running back, or their third string, but he is their starter now. They're missing Trent Williams, their starting left tackle, as well. Like, they are banged the F up, and the Dolphins are still 2-point dogs at home against them.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, they've gotten McDaniel, I think, twice already in this era, but we'll see. He did not do good against his former foes, his former counterparts this year with LaFleur and DeMeco Ryans earlier. He did get McVay, but now he's got to take on his guy Kyle Shanahan, who, by the way, is aging like a president. I mean, he looks terrible.
Crazy, man. And he's got some the facial hair. He's just letting it just rock right now. But it is a weird look for him. It looks like it's like peach fuzz that has just grown on his face, and he's never shaved it. It's a weird look for that guy, man.
All right, we'll take a break here on Gameday Uncensored. We got to get into probably the story of the week when it came to the Miami Dolphins, and that was Tyreek Hill's trolling on Twitter. Appropriate, inappropriate, we'll let you guys decide here. But the cheetah, he had some busy fingers. We'll get to that coming up here on Gameday Uncensored after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Soccer
on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Adam Beasley going to join us at the bottom of this hour as your Miami Dolphins are getting set for action against the San Francisco 49ers. Titans have taken a 7-0 early lead on the Indianapolis Colts in the fourth quarter. Calvin Ridley with a 38-yard touchdown reception from Mason Rudolph to give Tennessee a 7-0 lead early on. Bengals are up 7-0 on the Browns in the fourth quarter. Jets and Rams scoreless. Eagles 7-0 lead on the Commanders early there. Panthers are up 6-0. They're about to kick the extra point. Chuba Hubbard with a touchdown run. Giants, Falcons are scoreless, and the Lions up 3-0 early on the Bears. Solana, that is your look around the 1 o'clock slate right now. By the way, are they showing commercials on that damn red zone of yours? This has become a new... They are they? You're muted, dude. I don't know if you're planning to say anything, but like you gave me just a nod of disapproval.
Yeah, they are. No, they are. They are. I don't... Yeah, it's not like often, but it just strikes you. You're like, whoa, the hell? Where's my football code, bro?
That's against red zone code. Did they do picture in picture, or it's just a full screen commercial?
Nah, it's usually like a little picture in picture. But I think last week there was just a full blown commercial, like a full minute commercial. There was no football at all.
I don't approve of that. Let's get to some.
They were getting crushed. They were getting.
Oh, they are. They've even changed their slogan. It's crazy. They used to be 7 hours commercial free. Nope. Now it's just 7 hours of red zone football. Yeah. Oh boy. Let's get to some keys to the game here. Brought to you by Doral Hyundai. Doral Hyundai, choose from over 1,300 new Hyundai miles in inventory, like the Tucson, the Sonata, and the Palisade. Remember, when it comes to Hyundai, the great deals are at Doral Hyundai. Key of the game today: Tyreek Hill better back up them thumbs, because he had some busy thumbs this week that agitated a lot of fans. Now, what did you make of this whole thing this week? Obviously, it was sports radio fodder. Solana, Tyreek Hill, he's a troll. This we know. He tweeted this week, "It's time for me to go coach." But you don't know if it was referring to, does he really want to go coach? Is he saying, I want to leave? Is it time for him to get going and have a better season? Because I would have said if that was what he was going to do, he should have tweeted that a long time ago. But either way, he certainly riled people up. It got a tweet that at the time, I think this week had like 8 million views on it on X. So what did you make of this week of Tyreek Hill?
Because I don't know. I don't know what he means by it. He's never going to tell you the truth either. You know, like he can get badgered by the media. Do you believe what Tyreek Hill tells you anyways ever? Like, I don't know.
Very much a grain of salt every single time that he says it, because, I don't really know what his purpose is. Like, I like Tyreek Hill and I like his fun personality, and I do give him credit because I do feel like he genuinely will answer every question the media has for him. But this one was just strange because I don't really understand. Like, if it is what he said it was, we'll give you a sound here from Tyreek. You got this, Dan Day. This was Tyreek clarifying what his tweet meant. And I'll give you why I just have a hard time wrapping my arms around it. Here was the cheetah.
Bro, y'all know what's crazy, bro. I just be like looking at stuff, and then like I just tweet. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, like grammar. Like, I be needing some grammar corrections and everything else. But what I meant was, like, when I say it's time for me to go coach, meaning that, like, when you see guys like Teddy Bridgewater, when you see guys like Michael Vick getting these head coaching jobs, it's like, bro, like, I want to be a coach also when I'm done playing. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I meant by it. I ain't meant by, like, I want to get traded or I want to leave Miami. Like, I'm in a great situation here. Like, I love the guys here. I love this organization. They obviously changed me and my family's life, you know what I'm saying, forever. So I'm in a great spot, man. I'm happy. I wish we were playing better ball, but at the end of the day, like I feel like when I tweet something, it's not always about football. It's about, seeing these other guys, succeed in other areas like Deion Sanders and stuff like that. So I would just shoot my shot. I really at Michael Vick, like, hey, it's time for me to go coach with Vick, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
There you go. Tyreek Hill early in the week. Look, maybe that is the case. I'm not denying that maybe he just saw that Michael Vick took a job at Norfolk State this week. And obviously Teddy Bridgewater had an awesome week. Shout out to Teddy Bridgewater winning the state championship. But the thing that I find interesting about it, okay, you were just trolling. He says then if you believe him, take him at his word. He heard from his grandmother later in the week and it said, or later in the day and said, what's going on with this? Grandma doesn't even have Twitter. Well, then at some point, like, don't you just throw cold water on it on social media and be like, I was just talking about Teddy Bridgewater? Or do you wait? Or is he just love it so much that he feels like he's got to be like, got you all where I want you, which is what he followed it up with.
It's exactly what it is. Like, he loves this. He loves the controversy. He loves everybody saying, what's Tyreek talking about? What, like, and yeah, he's a troll, bro. Like, this is what I expect from Tyreek Hill, but you this is what you sign up for, Tobin, isn't it? This is what you sign up for when you go out and you sign somebody like Tyreek Hill. Every now and then he's gonna say something, and you kind of have to be like, huh? Well, what did you really mean by that? And then you're never gonna get the true answer. So I don't know why everybody was so shocked by it. Either way, the dude's paid. He's not going anywhere right now. So like it doesn't matter, but I think all iterations of the tweet with or without the comma can be true. It's time for me to go, Coach McDaniel. It's time for me to go. Like, let's go. Get me the damn ball. That's true. It's time for me to go, Coach. If Tyreek Hill wanted to go play for a contender, would anybody, a true contender that's actually going to get him the ball, would anybody be surprised? No. And hey, it's time for me to go, Coach. Maybe he does really want to coach, Tobin. Like, any of them could be true.
I don't think he wants to coach.
I didn't think Michael Vick would want to coach. I didn't think, like, half the guys that are NFL coaches that were players wanted to coach. And here they are. They're all these guys stick around for some reason. I didn't think Tom Brady would want to be in a booth doing a game today.
He doesn't want to be.
Niners.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
Like,
right, but he's
I
doing
listened
it
to him and I'm like, that guy doesn't want to be there. You ever just listen to somebody do their job and you're just like, that guy doesn't want to be there? That's Tom Brady every single week. He's like, I should be anywhere else in the world, but in this booth right now with Brenneman.
Are you still like? Do you still have just anger listening to Tom Brady?
I listen to him and I'm like, this guy doesn't, like the guy we're gonna hear today, Tony Romo. Like, I felt like Tony Romo was the greatest thing that would ever graced a booth in a long time. And then you could definitely tell like he bought into his own success and he was like, kind of done with it. But then I think he's kind of bounced back with Tom Brady this year because he's like, people kind of like me now, because people hate Tom Brady. And so I think he's kind of found his swagger again. But I listen to Tom Brady, I'm just like, that guy doesn't want to be there. He very clearly is here cashing giant checks, but like can't even fake enthusiasm. Or maybe his just voice sounds the same all the time. I don't know. So going back to the idea that Tyreek wants to go, he wants to leave the Dolphins. I mean, you heard him there where he's saying this organization changed my life forever. I genuinely think Tyreek likes being in Miami. I think Tyreek Hill likes Tua. I think he likes being a part of this organization. But we talked about this when Tua went down. Remember, I had asked Beasley, like, is Tyreek Hill looking around saying, bro, I was voted the #1 player by my peers in the NFL. And, okay, our starting quarterback went down. Hey, coach, you can't get me the ball, though? And to me, somebody of that caliber looks around and is saying, bro, get me the ball. And if you're not going to get me the ball, send me somewhere where they're going to get me the ball. This is probably going to be the last couple years that I get to do this at this high of a level. Speaking of Tyreek, and I'm going to waste it here getting passes from Tim Boyle and Skylar Thompson, who looks lost when he's out in the field. So I understood the frustration back then. And I wonder if, big time game, he gets the ball 2 times. The other 3 times he's targeted, it's an interception. And Mike McDaniel's low-key throwing him under the bus in the halftime interview, saying that Tyreek and Tua miscommunicated, a.k.a. Tyreek Hill ran the wrong route.
Tua on that last throw that ended the game in Houston. I know everybody's saying Tyreek had the ball in his hands and it got stripped out of his hands. Okay, but Tua also underthrew the hell out of that ball too.
Sure did.
So
Totally
I
fair.
understand. I understand the frustration from Tyreek Hill because it's fair to say, okay, there was a drop off from last year to this year in terms of his abilities. Like I'm not saying that that's not true. It looks like that. It looks that way. But I also don't think he's fallen off this much. I mean, he doesn't look like a top 10 wide receiver anymore. And to me,
No,
that
he's
has more to
wheezing.
do with scheme.
He's wheezing to 1,000 yards. Maybe he'll get there. We'll see. It's not a guarantee. I think he's 200 away from it or something like that, or just under 200 away, which, yeah, based on this offense, you don't know. I think that he'll probably get there, but to go from back-to-back franchise record-breaking seasons, I think only receiver to have back-to-back 1,700-yard seasons to this, just sometimes I just wonder why people say things out loud or tweet things. I wonder why a guy like Chris Greer in the position that he's in says something like, we laugh at media concerns. And I wonder with Tyreek Hill, I'm like, all right, tweet it. You're going to have fun with it. I know what your position is. Do you do it the week after that game in the scenario your team is in? Like, you're a grown ass man. I think like you should know. You could tweet that in the off season and I'd have less of a problem with it than when your team is down bad like that and your franchise and your fans are down bad like that. I just think it just lacks such awareness. We'll ask Adam Beasley about it. Bees from Pro Football Network, and see what he's got to say about Tyreek Hill and this matchup coming up with the Dolphins scenario. We'll take a break. Get to Adam Beasley after this.
Hi, I'm Nikola Jovic from the Miami Heat. Listen to
AM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Ed Morse has your back. Ed Morse Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click edmoresawgrasscadillac.com. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. Game Day Uncensored here with you on 560 WQAM. It is time, that part of the show where we talk in with our guy Adam Beasley from Pro Football Network. Bees, how are you, man? Everything good?
Yeah, no, I'm great. I'm all thrown off by this 4:25 start, though. My schedule, my internal clock is all screwy.
Did you, as you were into the arena or the stadium today, did you see the banner flying about that is allegedly saying, "Mr. Ross, Chris Greer is responsible for this. Fix this," or something like that?
Yeah, no, I did not see it. I did see it on social media. It's surprising, and it's not. It's obviously not surprising that fans are fed up with Chris Greer. It is surprising someone would spend money on that. I'm curious who the deep-pocketed funder who put his money where his mouth was and decided to go ahead and do it. There is a deep antipathy, I guess is the word, frustration. Antipathy is better than apathy, right? And that's what we're probably teetering on. Dolphins fans are fed up. They're fed up with losing. They're fed up with mediocrity, and they're going to express it any way they can. If that includes a message from 2,000 feet, they'll do it.
Hey, Bees, aside from the playoffs, right? Because the Dolphins, they need a lot to happen, but winning out is clearly the most important thing for them. Are these 3 games, do they matter for the future of Chris Greer or Mike McDaniel, or maybe one more than the other? Whether or not the Dolphins make the playoffs, like, is closing out and getting to 9 wins important for their, I guess, job security or at least Mike McDaniel's job security?
Yeah. I don't think there's a one size fits all answer to that question. I do think that Mike McDaniel, if they go 6-11, right, if they lose these last 3 games, he's going to be out of a job. Like, I can't see the rationale for bringing him back if with all the talent in the world and they completely just melt down at the end. 9-8 would look good on the resume. Certainly, be 3 straight winning seasons for McDaniel. That'd be a feather in his cap. But I think the broader issue is this. For years, they've been the best of the mediocres, right? The last 2 years, they were the best of the mediocre teams. That's how they got into the playoffs. When they played against the best competition, they were exposed. They're not even that anymore, right? They're not even the best of the mediocres. So, yes, a bad finish would not be good for McDaniel, but I think the die might already be cast for Chris Greer. There's no matter what happens the rest of the way, they have not taken a step forward since really year 2 of Brian Flores of being able to compete in a big way. Yeah, the offense looks prettier now, or for the most part it does, than it did under Flo, but the defense, it took a step back. And to be honest, they've just beaten up on bad teams. We'll see. Today will be interesting. I think the last 2 weeks will be wins. I think even if it's on the road and it's cold, the Browns and the Jets are such mess that they're going to win those games. But if they get physically beat up today by the 49ers team that has nothing to play for and has a bunch of injuries on their own, it's going to be hard to explain that away.
Before you came on, we were discussing Tyreek Hill's tweet, trolling, not trolling. He is who he is. I mean, that's the character that is Tyreek Hill. But even him, do you feel like that was poorly timed and probably should have had more awareness?
Yeah, situational awareness is lacking big time. Yeah, I think Tyreek isn't malicious. I don't think he's some Machiavellian guy trying to force his way out. I just think he's a goofball that says goofy things and doesn't really think through the consequences of his actions. I think that's been a recurring theme, basically going all the way back to college with this guy. He just doesn't really have that emotional maturity that you would want from a player you're paying $30 million a year to. It's not good. It adds headaches to the PR staff. It adds headaches to McDaniel. They've got to answer these questions. I don't think Tyreek is pushing his way out. I think he would be thrilled if he would go to a contender next year, whether that's the Dolphins or someone else. I think he doesn't want to have another year of just a wasted year. But if I'm the Dolphins, I'm more worried about what you do on the field than what you say off the field. And we saw yet again, in Week 15, just a no-show and a big game from Tua and Tyreek. That combination has not been able to get it done on the biggest stage and the biggest moments. That's what I would be more worried about, not just some knucklehead tweet he makes. That why can you not get us over the top? Why do you get – I mean, that Derek Stingley pick to end the game, I don't care if the ball's overthrown. You cannot get mugged like that, have the ball stolen from you, and end your season. That cannot go down that way. And that's – if you pay a player at that level, you expect a certain level of production and a certain level of winning production. He's had those back-to-back 1,700-yard seasons. Those were great. How many winning plays did he make in the course of those 2 years? And that's, to me, if I'm the Dolphins, I have a lot of questions to ask, and Tyreek Hill is one of them.
But when we kind of look back on that, to your point, Bees, like you're right. In the biggest moments, he hasn't had those standout games. But when you look back at it, is it more of Tyreek Hill not coming up big when it matters most? Or is it a scheme thing with the Dolphins? Because, look, like I don't think Tyreek Hill is currently still like at the level we saw from him 2 years ago and certainly not last year. He's fallen off a little bit, and that happens with age. But I also don't think when you look at his numbers, that's the player he is. Like, I think there's a lot more to Tyreek Hill than what we're seeing right now. And look, miss me with the teams are playing two men over the top, too high safety. Like, miss me with that nonsense. They were doing that before the Dolphins as well. I know they're doing it more now, Bees. You had told us earlier in the week, but you still have to figure out how to get this guy the ball, whether it's two out there, whether it's not two out there.
Yeah, I mean, Jamar Chase sees too high shell, right? Justin Jefferson sees too high shell. These elite receivers, that's job number one for defensive coordinators, to limit their explosiveness. Why have they been successful with Tyreek when those other guys that I've mentioned have been going off? Yes, scheme is an issue. I also think Tyreek needs to run the right damn route. Like that pick at the end of the half last week, he was supposed to cross the base of the linebacker, run an under route. He runs an over route. No kidding, the ball gets picked off. Like he needs to be where he's supposed to be. I think the blame is absolutely shared. I think Mike, Tua, and Tyreek all freak out at the biggest moments. They all have these mental meltdowns that the moment gets too big for them. I think they stress themselves out. They psych themselves out. They don't let it come to them. They don't play free. Granted, it would help if the offensive line didn't get his butt kicked on every single play. It would help that if you had a running game, it would help. A lot of these things would certainly help. But they are what they are. We are where we are in the season. We know what the limitations of this team are. You need your best players to overcome them. And it's really, really alarming and concerning for guys that you have a ton of money invested in long-term. Tua, Tyreek, even next year, has got a salary guaranteed. Maybe he gets moved via trade. But Tua is going to be around here for at least 2025 and probably beyond. The fact that we're now here in finishing year 5, and he will go 5 years without a playoff win. One appearance for him, obviously the concussion year, he would have gone to the playoffs as well if he had stayed healthy. But regardless, one playoff appearance for him, and his numbers, even going back to the Flores era, aren't good against winning teams. So it's not just some Mike McDaniel phenomenon. It's a Tua Tagovailoa phenomenon as well. Whoever's making the decisions for personnel next year has to figure out a way that it's not all on the shoulders of a guy who has shown that if it's all on his shoulders against the best team, it's not going to be good enough.
Is this the week we finally get rid of Liam Eichenberg? Is he finally going to lose his job?
I mean, he certainly hinted at that in the locker room this week. So, to me, Liam Eichenberg, I don't blame Liam Eichenberg for Liam Eichenberg. Like, we've known who he is for years now, right? I blame the people who decided to make him their starting right guard for every single game this year, even after all the body of work he had put on tape the previous 3 years. If he's your number 7 or 8 offensive lineman, you have a solid offensive line. If he's your number 3 offensive lineman, you have a bad offensive line. And that's what they've been into the last couple of weeks because of their injuries and all that. We'll see, Armstead and Lamb, their availability is this week. But regardless, Liam Eichenberg has been – you go back to even the training camp and before that, they wanted to see him at right guard all camp. They didn't want him to get reps at center because obviously they got Aaron Brewer and they liked that plan. They didn't want to see him at left guard. Robert Jones. I mean, neither of those guards have been good, man. I know we bang on Liam, but neither of those guards have been good. And that's a failure. That's a failure of March, not a failure of December, right? That's a failure of when they're putting this plan together, not to prioritize that position, not to. I know they had cap limitations, and I know there are only certain things that you can do. Every team has some degree of cap limitations. No team can sign every player they want. You can strategically build with, if you're going to have mid-tier or low-tier salary guys, draft guys, get established guards that might be a little long in the tooth, as opposed to players like Robert Jones and Liam Eichenberg, who we have seen what they are. And it was awful. And to me, I think it was pretty telling. I don't know if Mike was sending a message to his GM, to his owner, like, hey, this isn't enough. But the fact that he went out twice in 3 days and blamed the blocking for the run game woes, the fact that he was willing to go and point fingers like that suggests to me that he knows it's not good enough there. And if he's going to be the coach in 2025, it has to be better.
I'll switch to the other side of the field. Cameron Good gets activated. Bradley Chubb does not. Is there a point in bringing back Bradley Chubb at this stage of the season? I understand the Dolphins have a chance, and if you can get some help with Bradley Chubb, who we know what he's capable of, I don't know what he would look like right now. But is there a point to it, Bees? I mean, should the Dolphins be looking at next year with him if he's going to be here?
I mean, the point would be having a better chance to win and saving jobs. Like, that would be the point, and I think that's totally selfish and short-sighted if that's what they do. If I'm Steve Ross, I have sat on my hands too much, right? I sat on my hands about the backup quarterback situation. I sat on my hands about the offensive line situation. I sat on my hands about the trade deadline, which me personally, I was pounding the table for them to be sellers. You guys remember that 2 months ago, I was pounding the table. You guys are 2-6 wherever you were. You have not even a puncher's chance of making the playoffs. Unload these guys while they still have value, get draft picks. Steve Ross didn't force that issue then. If I'm Steve Ross, I am forcing issues from here on out. And I know no team, no fan base wants their owner to be Jerry Jones. I totally get that. But there's got to be a happy medium, right? There's got to be between what we've seen, which is, okay, guys, here's the keys of the kingdom. And that to me is why I think Chris Grier is cooked, because he has been given the keys of the kingdom for 6 years now. 6 years. And he's been with the franchise for a quarter century, but I don't blame him for Rick Spielman and all those guys. I get it. He wasn't the decision maker under Dennis Hickey. He was a scout that told him what players were good and what players were not. It was on Hickey to decide which ones to sign and draft. It's been 100% the Chris Grier show the last 6 years. And Steve Ross has given him that leeway. And what has it got him? It's gotten him planes flying banners above Hard Rock Stadium in the home finale of 2024. They've got to make a change, guys. Things have to be drastically different going forward.
Yeah, he certainly isn't Jerry Jones. I mean, Jerry Jones is doing radio shows and press conferences after every game, but man, we don't hear from him as much as we used to. He used to be a guy who I felt like, talked a ton and sometimes would step in it and listen. I think he's probably doing his own favors there. Do you want to hear from Stephen Ross? Like, is this one of those things where it's like you feel like it's time to hear from the guy, or is he just at an age where maybe that's not the best thing for him and there's somebody else who should speak for this? Because it just feels like, somebody else besides Grier and McDaniel got to almost speak for where the organization's stance is if they do give him another chance.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to that. You're right. Steve used to talk to us all the time. He would have a round table with the beat writers the first day of training camp. He would meet with us at the owners' meetings. Steve Ross has not answered questions from a collective media group about hiring Mike McDaniel. Like, we are nearly 3 years away from Mike McDaniel being hired, and he has not held a press conference since that day. That is staggering, okay? And I think a lot of it is, to your point, he says things, and there's cleanup on aisle 5 afterwards. I get that. I think also part of it is the Dolphins lost Jason Jenkins, and Jason was kind of like the Steve Ross whisperer. I think that's been a factor as well. But I'm with you. Like, teams are public trusts as much as they are anything. Like, if you want the people of, and I saw like Hialeah Pride flag flying in the parking lot. You want people from Hialeah. You want people from, Pembroke Pines. You want people to come down from Palm Beach, spend their hard-earned money on your franchise. It can't just be, all right, autopilot, here it is. No, you need a strong executive. And yes, Tom Garfinkel's done a lot of fantastic things in this building. Like, you revolutionized the footprint of the stadium and brought F1 and all that. he's not in charge like Steve Ross is in charge. He's not in charge like Chris Greer's in charge of the Miami Dolphins. He runs the business side and has the owner's ear for sure. It can't be Tom Garfinkel. It has to be the owner who is the voice. And if Steve is no longer able to do that or doesn't have the desire to do that, you pass the torch to the next generation, and maybe his daughters get a crack at it. But I'm with you. It's like you can't just expect. I don't think they do, but you can't just expect, to run back next year to think the fan base is going to have any enthusiasm for this at all. I think there's going to be a lot of people checked out, both emotionally and financially, with this franchise unless they make big changes.
What about today, Bees? Before we run out of time, how do the Dolphins win? Because, okay, we could talk about the past game, but Jalen Waddle's out, Tyreek Hill's hurt, River Craycraft, Malik Washington, like that doesn't sound sexy to me at all. The run game has been non-existent. And on the defensive side, we can point to Chop Robinson, we can point to Calais Campbell and Zach Seal. Like the front four has been solid, but they don't really take the ball away. So what is it that the Dolphins can do that can best the 49ers today at home?
Yeah, I mean, they can get to Brock a little bit. I think that'll help. Look, Tua and Tyreek, we just talked about this. We just spent 5 minutes talking about Tua and Tyreek showing up in big moments. You still have the number one player entering the 2024 season in the National Football League. I know he's obviously not that anymore, but you still have Tua Tagovailoa, who was a Pro Bowl quarterback who led the league in passing last year. You still have Devon Achane. You still have a lot of weapons. You still have Jonnu Smith. There are options that you have on offense, but none of it's going to matter. None of it's going to matter if they get their butts kicked in the trenches. Right? It's all irrelevant if they don't get better offensive line play. So we'll see. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of evidence to suggest that it will improve. But you're asking me, how do they do it? They play better in the trenches, and they're able to run the ball. They're able to run the ball way better than they have in the last 3-4 weeks.
Go check out his work. Adam Beasley from Pro Football Network. You guys can follow him at Adam H. Beasley on social media, X, Twitter, whatever the hell you call it these days. Man, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it.
All right, guys. Enjoy the game.
There you go. We'll take a break. More to come here on Gameday Uncensored. Back after this.
Football coverage on W.
3.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Slim, and almost none. For all you math majors, we have about a 6% chance of making the playoffs. And we don't control our playoff destiny. All we can do is win, baby, win. And hope for the best. And hey, what about that tweet from Tyreek? It's time for me to go, coach.
I guess I read it as he's talking about coaching. There's not a comma, but probably when he was typing his comma. I don't know. He's in great spirits and walkthrough. So maybe he just wanted you to ask me in my press conference.
That's certainly something to think about, Coach Mike. The 49ers are at Hard Rock Stadium today to play the Finns. It's yet another must-win for the Dolphins after their poor play versus the Texans. Tua says there's only room to think about today's game.
For players, coaches alike, whether it was the best game you had, whether it was the worst game you had, you got to learn how to move on from that because the next team doesn't care whether you won or not. They're focused on how they can stop you. We're focused on how we can get points on the board. We're focused on things that we can get better on.
We'll see. Time for Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans with Tobin and Solana, Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Take you guys up until this kickoff. Dolphins and 49ers from Hard Rock Stadium. We got banners flying, calling for jobs today. We got the Dolphins looking to bounce back and keep their very slim playoff hopes alive. We got a 1 o'clock slate going on right now. We got quarterback. We got big plays. We got quarterbacks getting knocked out. Solana, Jalen Hurts has been ruled out. He is in concussion protocol. Kenny Pickett has come in and, he's slinging it to A.J. Brown. He's got a touchdown to him. He's got a 40-yard bomb to him. Saquon Barkley took one to the house. He's already over 100 yards on the day as he's trying to chase down records. He's got 2 touchdowns. So that NFC East matchup right now going very heavily in the Eagles' favor. You got the Lions. You just had Jared Goff throw a bomb to Jamison Williams. They're up 20-0 on the Chicago Bears right now. The Colts just got a big touchdown run from Jonathan Taylor. He did not drop it before getting into the end zone this time.
He held it this time.
He held it on. So they're up 14-7 right now as the Dolphins are seeking a Colts loss. They are not in that position right now. Jets and Rams are tied at 6. And the Panthers right now are up on the Cardinals 20-10. Bengals up on the Browns 14-0 as well. So that's your look around the league. Oh, we have the Falcons. They're beating the Giants 10-7. Michael Penix, of course,
miserable game.
Miserable game. Yeah.
Terrible
game. And I'm pretty sure the Falcons have a pick 6 in that one because who are the Giants starting? They're starting Cutlets.
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock. All right. Well, what are you going to do? Meanwhile, the Miami Dolphins are getting set for this action. I wanted to get your thoughts on this, Solana and Dan, if we could. I wanted to get a temperature check from you guys on this, on the hot seat of certain guys in the Dolphins organization and their job status. Before that, let's hear from Mike McDaniel. He was asked about job security this week. Here's what the Dolphins head coach had to say about his job status in the midst of the Dolphins losing to the Texans.
You know what it is when you sign up for it, and I'm not worried about that in the slightest. I think that would be absolutely selfish and something that I if I'm worried about that, I'm definitely not worried about the things that I have to offer the players that are playing in a professional football game. So I think the season hasn't hasn't gone the way anybody necessarily had wanted, but that, I mean, how often do we say that in life in general? I think my job is not to predict and expect. My job is to adjust and ultimately, if you're gonna fall short in certain ways, then what you do is you make those reasons for improvement as you move forward. But we have enough to worry about with the San Francisco 49ers, and I don't take that lightly.
There you go. Mike McDaniel earlier in the week on his job status. So Solana, I'll start off with you first. Mike McDaniel, how hot is this seat right now?
Yeah, I asked Bees about the final 3 games, and I do think it matters. And here's why. If the Dolphins were to win out, Tobin, they win today, they finish the season at what? It would be 9-8, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Then he could make the case, hey, I didn't have my starting quarterback for 4 games. And I'm not saying that to me is fair, but I do think that if Tua Tagovailoa was healthy for those 4 games, I don't know if the Dolphins go 4-0, probably not, but they definitely don't go 1-3, and they don't look as miserable as they looked. So to me, you're Mike McDaniel. You're making a strong case for, hey, I had my starting quarterback out 4 games, and look who I had starting for me. I don't think that he's going to end up losing his job if they can get to 9-8, and he has that in his back pocket. To me, though, those 4 games were the reason why I think his seat should be extremely hot. How bad the team looked over those 4 games. How he was unable to adjust the offense, to adapt the offense to being without Tua Tagovailoa. So I think it's hot, man. I think it is. There were expectations this year. What did Stephen Ross? You said Stephen Ross, isn't talking to the media, but we did hear from him once this year. He's on CBS 4 during a preseason game. Told him, what did he say? He said Super Bowl
contenders.
Super Bowl.
If healthy.
That's what was on his mind. And I mean, this team is far from a Super Bowl. I still think it falls more on Chris Grier and the construction of the roster. But I don't think Mike McDaniel has been a better head coach over the course of 3 years and has elevated himself as a play caller and decision maker. I think everybody's seat is hot, but Mike McDaniel certainly, I wouldn't say it's scorching, but it's heating up for sure. It's hot.
What about you, Dan? Mike McDaniel's seat, do you have a gauge on it? How hot do you think his seat is right now?
Well, I think Mike McDaniel's seat and Chris Grier's seat are connected. I think no way can either of them exist without each other because that's just the way they're tied together with a GM and a coach. I don't think it's very hot, to be honest with you. I don't think either guy is going to be very hot seated this year because you see the banners, you hear about the banners. Stephen Ross doesn't care about those banners. They're going to come back and say they're going to finish out this year strong and say we got momentum going into next season. We didn't have our starting quarterback. We're going to rectify these problems. Give us one more year. Mike McDaniel signed the extension. Next year, the seat will get hot if you have a team that's not that good or a team that's very average like they are this year. This year, though, I mean, I hate to say it, and it looks terrible, but I don't think either of them are hot seat at all. Now, if you lose these last 3 games and it's nasty, like Eberflus did on Thanksgiving Day in front of the whole world, and you force the hand and they do absolutely terrible these 3 games, the seat will be hot. But right now, I hate to say it, I think both of them are back next year.
Yeah, I do think those embarrassing moments do matter. Like, I think when Eberflus did something on Thanksgiving, you're just like, as an owner, I think you're kind of left like, what do you want me to do? I don't think Mike McDaniel's had that moment yet, and I do think that he does have some outrights. And I think the thing that's interesting, you mentioned Grier. It's like it always feels like with Stephen Ross, he always does half fixes. He doesn't ever really just clean house. It's always like, oh, we'll fire the coach, we'll keep the GM, we'll keep the GM, we won't fire the coach. Like, he hasn't done a complete teardown of it in a while. Solana, I don't know. It is interesting though. We'll move on. I'll give you your thought. You give me your thoughts on Chris Grier and the temperature of his seat right now, because I do wonder, this isn't a market that's like a Philly or a New York, but we had a lot of columnists come out this week and say it's time to move on from Chris Grier. There is a lot of people holding him accountable. Now the banners are flying. If anybody's seat is hot right now, do you feel like Chris Grier's seat is scorching?
Yeah, I really do, man. And I feel like it was hot after last year. just based on the fact that the Dolphins just fell flat on their face. They blew a 3-game lead in the division. They lost to Buffalo at home. They lost to Tennessee on Monday Night Football, blowing a 14-point lead in the final 6 minutes of the game or 5 minutes of the game. Look, man, like I hate calling for people's jobs. It's not what I want to do week 15 going into a game. And I understand what Gamday's saying. I think there's an element to that is true. These guys are connected. Chris Grier picked Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel, the roster has been kind of tailor-made to his coaching style, even though it hasn't worked this year. So I think there is an element to that. But like Gamday said, I mean, you just gave Mike McDaniel that lucrative extension. So to me, do you get rid of the guy who was able to revitalize the franchise quarterback that you just paid $1 billion to? I don't know. I think that's a hard decision to make, especially with how much Tua likes Mike McDaniel. We know that. And the reality is he made the playoffs his first 2 seasons as head coach. So that's why I think Chris Grier's seat has to be hotter. It just goes back to the record overall, Tobin, that this team has in the McDaniel era. And it goes back to the fact that he's had full control, as B said, for 6 years, and the Dolphins have nothing to show for it. And in the most important game of this season, like I mentioned, Barry Jackson outlined it, none of the draft picks from 2019 to 2023, not one made an impact in that game positively. I don't know how Stephen Ross can look at that and say, yeah, we're building in the right direction, because clearly you're just not.
It's real simple. What if I give you a team with Tua Tagovailoa, a top 10 quarterback in the league, the best receiver in the league, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, one of the top 10 receivers in the league, one of the top tight ends in the league, Jonnu Smith? What if I give you one of the best kickers in the league? He was the kicker of the month last month. What if I give you a defense with Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, Zach Sealer, Calais Campbell, Jalen Ramsey? All I can do is give you the ingredients to cook. It's Mike McDaniel that needs to make this happen. You can miss on some picks, but I'm giving you a good team. You look at the team on paper, and the paper, it's good. And you say, Stephen Ross, look, this is me. Whatever happens out there, that's on them.
I mean, he's been around a long time. I think that's one thing that we can't ignore, Dan, is like this guy's been around for a long time. So he's obviously very good at, I don't want to say surviving, but he's very good at whatever it seems. He's very good at either convincing Stephen Ross that he's good at his job, and there's a very good relationship there. Like in pro sports, for a guy to stick around for 20 plus years anywhere is pretty impressive. And so I don't think it's going to be taken lightly for Stephen Ross, but I do think if they are going to keep Mike McDaniel around, and you never know, like, look, the last time when Flores was fired, I was surprised. I was like, I think we were all kind of caught off guard by it. And the whole plan seemed like it was, he had somebody in mind to replace him, and it wasn't Mike McDaniel. It was supposed to be Sean Payton and Tom Brady, but they got busted. And so this all kind of diverted off of a plan B. So you have to wonder for Stephen Ross too, is even as fun as he's having, that this never really was my idea in the first place to go this direction. So maybe his tolerance for it, Solana, isn't as big as it would be for other guys.
Yeah, I get that. And clearly, there has to be some close relationship there between Grier and Ross, right? But look, to Danday's point, I think there's some truth to what he's saying. Hey, I gave you a stacked roster on paper. What's going on out on the field? And there's some truth to that for sure. But what do you do with this? The Dolphins, this is from Barry Jackson, drafted 32 players during the first 5 years of the Chris Grier-led rebuild from 2019 to 2023. 7 of the 32 were in uniform on Sunday. Only 7 of the 32.
Yeesh.
And he writes, none of them made any tangible difference in a 20-12 loss in Houston, Miami's latest no-show against a good team. He writes, so in the most important game of the season, Dolphins went 0 for 32 from 2019 to 2023 with the picks that were supposed to be much of the nucleus of a team built to win now. You went out, you got Tyreek Hill. You drafted Jalen Waddle. Awesome. You traded for Bradley Chubb. Awesome. You signed and drafted Jalen Phillips. Awesome. Jalen Phillips, injury-prone out of the draft. Bradley Chubb, injury-prone before he got to Miami. You gave him a ton of money. You gave up a boatload of picks. You have built a team that is soft. We know that. You have signed players and thrown a lot of money at players who have injury concerns, and you gave a ton of money, record money for this organization to a quarterback who is constantly in jeopardy of one hit from missing 4 games. If I'm Stephen Ross, I can't be thrilled about that. I can't be thrilled at the fact that my offensive line for the last 20 years, outside of 2016, Tobin, is still in disarray, is still in shambles. I'm starting Teron Armstead, who I paid a boatload of money to, who is a lock to miss 3 to 4 games a season. I mean, we can go down the line. Chris Greer has some really good picks, man. He does. But I think there's more misses, and there's just no substantial evidence that the team has been built to actually compete. And after 6 years, when you tank, you get the quarterback you wanted because you tanked. After 6 years of not having a single playoff win, which pushes the organization to 25 years without one, if that's not grounds for a change and a new course, then I don't know what is. Then, maybe Stephen Ross just doesn't care.
We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. One of the things that has fallen off a cliff more than anything has been the run game, and Mike McDaniel finally calling some people out for it this week. We'll hear from the Dolphins coach on the Dolphins run game disappearance as Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore
AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Omar Kelly going to join us at the top of next hour as we get ready for Dolphins and 49ers. You got a 1 o'clock slate going on right now as the Falcons at halftime up on the New York Giants 17-7. The Lions handling the Bears right now 27-7 as they're close to halftime. Bengals up on the Browns 17-0 at halftime. The Colts 24-7 leaders over the Tennessee Titans. That's obviously not great news for the Miami Dolphins. Eagles and Commanders has gotten a little bit more competitive. A touchdown pass from Jaden Daniels to McLaurin, about 32 yards on that one. So they are now within a TD, 21-14. 3 minutes left there in the first half. Panthers up on the Cardinals, 20-17. The Jets have a 9-6 lead on the Rams as they are just starting the third quarter there. And, that is your 1 o'clock slate right now. Anything standing out to you, Solana, as far as this is concerned?
Yeah, Mason Rudolph stinks, man.
Yeah. Not against the Dolphins, he didn't.
No, against the Dolphins, you look like a Pro Bowler, but he just threw an interception at midfield. That just, what are you doing, man? And then the Colts turned it into a 30-yard touchdown pass. Just brutal.
There's nothing more pathetic as a fan when you are trying to keep your slim playoff hopes alive, and the crappy players you have to root for because your team couldn't handle it is a really depressing feeling as a fan. And that's where they're at right now with this team.
By the way, Tobin, you bring up the Commanders and the Eagles. I know we're talking a lot about Chris Grier. How frustrated are you to watch Noah Igbenogany, of all people, flourish for the Washington Commanders?
I'm not frustrated by it because he stunk as a Dolphin. I get when you have to cut bait on somebody. There was never a time where I really felt like watching Noah Igbenogany, he just needs his opportunity. No, I thought that he was a bad Miami Dolphin. And some guys, he was a very young player that they drafted, and it took him a while to click. So that one doesn't bug me so much. It doesn't bug me as much as Van Ginkel balling out for the Vikings. Yeah. It doesn't bother me as much as I still get annoyed watching Minkah Fitzpatrick's, intercept passes last night for the Steelers. I know he hasn't had the most impressive season, but you talk about, look at that, Solana. We're talking about the first years of the build. Your first 2 picks in that were Minkah Fitzpatrick and Christian Wilkins. Neither of them are here.
Nope.
That's insanity. That's team building malpractice if you're a Miami Dolphins fan. One of the things that has been a repeating theme, it's been very annoying, has been the run game. Let's get to our player to watch, which is brought to you by your Southern Lexus dealers. The Lexus December to Remember sales event is why you stay on the nice list. Find yours and get offers on select models, but only for a limited time now through January 2nd. Make it a December to remember. And all I want for Christmas is a guard that can actually hold somebody for more than 2 seconds. And I don't know when I'm going to get that. But Liam Eichenberg sucks. And it kind of felt like Solana, Mike McDaniel finally was just flat out saying that the blocking sucks. So this was Mike McDaniel earlier in the week. He finally, we'll ask Omar a little bit about this because this was him asking McDaniel about the run game issues. But McDaniel had some insight into why he thinks things have gone awry for them. And he says, it's not as simple as the same guys getting worse, even though most of the personnel is the same. Here was Mike McDaniel on that.
It's very convoluted. There's a lot of variables. When you just flatline say it's the same guys, what's the difference? Well, I think you have to look at the independent plays where the failures are and what are the consistent failures. Last game, I thought we weren't nearly where we need to be at the point of attack, how to engage blocks.
There was and then he also said that just all in all, the team has to do their job better in the run game.
Overall, we have to do our jobs better. But I think when you start to get when your line of scrimmage is violated to the point that you have some turnover football, that you have some hits and on the quarterback, and you're not able to stay on the field as long as you want. You have to figure out a way to reestablish the line of scrimmage, and that problem's not going anywhere until we solve it.
I hate the term your line of scrimmage being violated. It's it's an accurate description. It's a true description, but it's just such a because he's right. I felt violated watching that last week.
And it's probably the right term. But remember against Green Bay, like it was just so obvious the Dolphins couldn't generate any sort of push on the offensive line. And then Green Bay needs 3 yards. They're going to get it. They're going to get it every single time. The Dolphins are the worst team in the NFL over 3 years. Beast told us this a couple weeks ago, Tobin, and I'm so fascinated by this. 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 3rd and short, 4th and short. The Dolphins are the worst team in converting those opportunities in the NFL over 3 years by like a wide margin. And to me, it's simple, because I know a lot of people are like, why do you keep handing it to Achane? Like, he's not a power rusher. And there's some truth to that, but it doesn't matter who you hand it off to. If you can generate push with your offensive line, you should be able to pick up a yard, 5 inches, 10 inches. Like, you should be able to pick that up. And the Dolphins fail at that consistently. There's nowhere else to look. Like, your offensive line just can't generate anything for that run game at all.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. I mean, like, I guess going into this year, you lose a guy like Rob Hunt, who, the Panthers love. They gave him a ton of money to, but they also, the Dolphins played like half the year without him last year. And they lost Connor Williams in the midst of last year. Like, I don't even remember, even with all that, I don't remember it being this bad last year.
No,
they had some pretty critical injuries they had to deal with this year. I guess you were just starting from a worse place. And a lot of that, coincides too with the first domino falling of Austin Jackson being lost by him. But I don't know, man. This just seems like, I'm sure that next year Austin Jackson will be healthy and Patrick Paul will probably be the starting left tackle. But man, it almost feels like you could put 5 new guys out there. I'd feel better about it than I would bringing back anybody from this crew.
Yeah, and it's crazy, right? Hey, yeah, we have to rebuild the offensive line. And when we say that, it's not, hey, we have to go find a guard and a tackle. It's, hey, you literally need 5 new guys other than Aaron Brewer, I guess. But you need to rebuild completely, rehaul the offensive line. I mean, that's an embarrassment. That is an embarrassment considering they've drafted guys. I know Patrick Paul looked good last week. I don't want to give him short shrift, but I mean, they've put some resources into the offensive line, not as many as I wish that they would have, and it's still a total disaster. The question, though, Tobin, is like, was the offensive line solid last year? Because I know the numbers kind of hinted at that. They suggested that the offensive line was serviceable last year. Or was it just a case of Tua's getting the ball out so quick that it kind of masked some of the deeper issues with the Dolphins offensive line?
I mean, he's given voice to that, has he not? Like, he's the one who's basically told you, I can basically, make this look a lot better than it is. So I don't deny that being part of it, but I do, you wonder at certain times when you can tell a guy is holding things together in an organization and is covering up your shortcomings, at what point of an organization do you hold a responsibility to that player to not put the burden on them so much? And, with Tua, people will say, hey, he's the highest paid employee. He's the biggest chunk of the salary cap. Fine. But you also know that he's had durability issues. He does need that time. It would serve you better. And also, like, this is a Dolphins team that's been a little bit figured out. Like, there's nothing to fear when it comes to the run game. You almost scoff at it if you're a team facing them.
The thing though is that, like, okay, fine, Tua gets the ball out quick, awesome, right? You love that. But what happens when Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are a little bit banged up, and teams know you're trying to go underneath to Jonnu Smith, or you're trying to throw the check down to Devon Achane, and that's not available for you on every single play? Like, what do you do then? You have to be able to fall back on something. You have to have plays that generate some sort of substance when you can't move the ball effectively through the air. No matter how good Tua is, no matter how good Mahomes is, no matter how good any of the elite quarterbacks are, look at Buffalo. When they need to go move the change on the ground, they can fall back on that. They can rely on that to carry them throughout drives. And the Dolphins just simply cannot. And if Tua has to hold the ball for more than 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, it usually ends in disaster.
All right, we'll take a break here on 560 WQAM. More to come here on the show. We should get actives and actives coming on up. Omar Kelly scheduled to join us. Take a break. Back after this.
Hi, I'm Nikola Jovic from the Miami Heat.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM. FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. We'll getting you ready for Dolphins 49ers kickoff from Hard Rock Stadium for the last time this season. Even if they make the playoffs, it's going to go through the road, man, for the Miami Dolphins. So get on over there, enjoy your football, enjoy your tailgating while you're over there, ladies and gentlemen. We get the actives and actives soon, and that's always brought to you by JM Lexus. Experience the excitement of football season with the Miami Dolphins and Miami Hurricanes, and make this December unforgettable with JM Lexus. Don't miss out on the special offers happening now at JM Lexus. We'll see who's going to be good to go for Miami. Obviously, some injuries they got to deal with, Solana. The most notable, of course, is Jalen Waddle, who I don't even know if he'll come back this season, especially depending on the availability. But that was a nasty injury that he suffered. Teron Armstead is optimistic that he's going to go out there and give it a go. Kendall Lamb the same way. So the Dolphins look like they'll be a little bit more solid on the line. And it's tough to be worse than they were, with how shaky things are and starting guys who have never been a tackle before. But it does feel like there'll be some reinforcements. I'm kind of excited to see what Ezukama can do. It seems like he's going to get the runs. And don't scoff at that. I mean, we don't have many healthy receivers. It's not like I have a choice.
Yeah, but my Eric Ezukama excitement was unbelievably high after preseason 2 years ago. And then he didn't play, hit the back injury, and it's like, oh, that sucks. And then last year, it's like, oh, Eric Ezukama. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, and then nothing happened. And then this year, same thing. Like, I'm just you're really excited to see what Eric Ezukama has.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like I'm not like jonesing for it, but like out of everybody there, what else am I supposed to get excited about? I've lost a ton of money on Julian Hill. I have no Jalen Waddle dance to look forward to. Tyreek Hill cares more about tweeting than catching passes. So yeah, like, what am I supposed to get excited about as a fan? I'm a little excited about Eazy-E being back out there.
You think there's going to be an Eazy-E prop? I know we're not there yet. We're not there yet. I know, but I just wonder if there's
I hope so.
I might throw a touchdown prop.
I might throw a little cheddar on it if it's a fat number. Why not? They got to try something. I would pull out if I'm McDaniel, today's the day I pull out like the Madden stuff. Like throw the stuff that Kyle Shanahan laughed at you. You wouldn't he's like, I wouldn't be caught dead putting that in my playbook. I would throw that out there today. Stuff that the 49ers don't even know about, like the back pages, the real seedy pages of Mike McDaniel's playbook. I would throw that out there today, because what do what do you have to lose? You're probably not making the playoffs. You might as well go out and have a little fun if I'm him.
Who do you think has longer odds anytime touchdown, Julian Hill or Eric Ezukama?
I got to think Eric Ezukama, because it feels like the Julian Hill numbers have gone down.
Nah, man. Julian Hill's at plus 1,400 today.
Ooh.
Easy is at plus 700 anytime touchdown.
Really? Wow. That does surprise me, actually. That does surprise me. All right, I guess I'm back on Julian Hill today.
I guess so. I guess that's another $5.
Don't look at me like that, Dan Day. Like, I got it. That's a juicy number. Like last week when it was like plus 800, I'm like, I'm not betting that.
I could put a number on me that's really juicy, man, for anytime touchdown. You're going to take that just because?
Maybe if you were out on the field, like if you put shoulder pads under that Tyreek Hill jersey, I might, I might, think about it. What are the numbers for Tyreek Hill? Are they like even good? They got to be, I feel like, bigger than they've ever been for him. Is he touching the twos? Is he flirting with the twos?
Nah, plus 120. I mean, it's still like he was minus 120, minus 140 all of last season. So it's still kind of a jump up, but he's plus 120.
All right.
Yeah. Niners have a bit of an issue too with like Twitter fingers and a star wide receiver in Deebo Samuel, because the guy's like, yo, throw me the ball. And then the very next time he goes out there, he has like 4 drop passes. Like he's got a little bit of that in him as well. Loves to throw teammates under the bus, likes to go at his not his long snappers. Was it the long snapper that he shoved in the face a couple months ago?
Did he?
Yeah, it was a special team.
That's Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
That's Mike McDaniel's guy. He loves Deebo Samuel. Maybe a buy low season next year for Deebo Samuel, a get right season.
Deebo went after the kicker, remember, because the kicker had missed like 3 kicks, and one of his backup linemen stepped in for him and almost got into a fist fight.
I'm still very confused too by this long. They finally decided to tell everybody Blake Ferguson's not coming back this year, and I'm still the long snapper saga remains like the weirdest thing that I've seen around in a while, because like it just was this entire year of like, yeah, he might come back, but he never came back. And so like the Dolphins needed 9 long snappers. I really didn't understand, like, why didn't they just sign somebody for the rest of the season? This is so crazy that the entire year the guy clearly wasn't coming back to play football, and then all of a sudden it's just like, nah, his season's over.
Why wouldn't they have just placed him on the IR permanently?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know.
Because they elevated him. He was on the IR, and then they elevated him again, but he was inactive, and then they played that he did play 1 game. He played 1 game.
No, he didn't. We made this mistake. Like we said that one week. He never came back.
He never ended up playing? I thought you looked at the snap count and you had seen him.
I misread it. He didn't come back. Nope, They had the other dude. He never came back. He never ever since that week where he had the bad snap against New England, he never came back. And I don't know if that snap like ruined him. I'm not making fun of like, mental issues that anybody's having, because I don't know what happened. Right. But I'm just confused by all of it, because very clearly something bothered him that affected him. But the Dolphins kept they kept holding out like, oh, maybe he'll come back. And then finally the Dolphins were like, nah, dude, focus on next year.
And then Danny Crossman, special teams coordinator, said something very bizarre this week where he's like, if I comment on that, it would be illegal. So
yeah, I don't think if he's having mental health issues, I don't think that he can comment on it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It was just like the way he said it, it was just a bit bizarre. But look, man, like I hope Blake Ferguson's okay. Like we joke a lot on the show about the long snapping. Like I hope the dude is okay, but it's still a bizarre situation. Like why not just find one guy who can do the job and stick with the one guy? Move forward. That's it. Enough with like give the guy the season off. You know what I mean, Tobin? That's it. Like he's going through something. Give him the season off.
Yeah, Crossman said, quote, it'll be illegal to reveal why Blake Ferguson was ruled out the remainder of the season. He's on the non-football injury list. This is from the Miami Herald. The quote, the best decision is to inform that he's not going to be snapping in a game the rest of the season. Hopefully that puts at rest his mind and what he's working on, lets everyone else know what we're doing, so there is not a constant questioning of who, what, where, when, and why.
Huh.
Jake McQuaid is the team's new long snapper.
All right.
That doesn't even sound like a real name.
It does not. We're basically like a make-a-wish for long snappers who couldn't make it in the league. Like these guys are literally just sitting on their couch waiting for the Dolphins to call them and make their dreams come true. Like, hey, we need you for 2 weeks. Come on, suit up with the Dolphins uni.
Yeah, listen, we can't find a guard to save our lives, but in fairness, they did string along a season of just hodgepodge long snappers and really didn't have a screw up the entire year.
Yeah.
That's kind of impressive.
It kind of proves our point, though, that anybody can long snap.
Yeah. I can tell you guys, I had a friend from Louisiana who hadn't been in football for like 2 or 3 years. The Patriots called him up before the Super Bowl. He said the night before the Super Bowl, he was snapping into the wall full of pillows to practice, and he had the game-winning snap on a field goal. So,
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a crazy thing because it's like, who thinks about doing that? But you never know when they'll come calling. You never know.
For the Super Bowl, like this guy snapped it to Vinatieri. I mean,
yeah, Kinchin.
I think I remember that story.
Yeah. Let's see, Kinchin. I can't. It wasn't Todd. It was his brother. Snap Super Bowl.
That's kind of
Brian Kinchin? Yeah, Brian Kinchin. He was a substitute teacher at Parkview Baptist in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Amazing.
We'll Super Bowl 38.
We'll take a break. We'll talk to Omar Kelly about all things Miami Dolphins. We'll take a break. Be back with more on Gameday Uncensored after this.
Football coverage on
AM Miami, WPOW HD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, an Odyssey Sports Station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Not that any NFL team can afford a loss, but the Dolphins absolutely can't afford a loss if they want to make the postseason. As thin as those chances and hopes are, a loss today, and it's time to make off-season plans. The Dolphins face the 49ers this afternoon. The good news? It's a home game. The bad news is it ain't going to be easy. Lots of things to fix, according to Mike McDaniel.
When your line of scrimmage is violated to the point that you have some turnover football, that you have some hits on the quarterback, and you're not able to stay on the field as long as you want, you have to figure out a way to reestablish the line of scrimmage, and that problem's not going anywhere until we solve it.
And Tua says he needs to do a better job communicating with Tyreek if the Fins are going to win.
That's just it. It's just letting the guys know that, this is why we weren't as successful as we were in these past games. Me and Tyreek being on the same page, us not being on the same page, that's something that we take accountability for. But there's no excuses as to, why that had happened and why it kept reoccurring.
And speaking of Tyreek, he tweeted on Wednesday, "It's time for me to go, coach."
So you're surprised at how it blew up? I'm really surprised. Cause I had my grandmother call me. I'm like, you're not even on Twitter. How are you getting this information? She's like, all these people are sending it to me. And I'm like, bro, you have nothing to worry about, bro.
Time to discuss all that on Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real and discouraged Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana, Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9, HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Edmore's is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana. Gameday producing for us. You'll hear him tonight with Game Day Uncensored post-game edition as the Fins have their final home game of the season against the San Francisco 49ers. Let's go head out to the guest line, talk to our guy, Miami Dolphins columnist from the Miami Herald, Omar Kelly, joining us there. Hello, Omar.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you guys? Happy holidays.
Same, buddy. Doing all right. I mean, I don't know what I'm about to watch. I would feel. I would feel.
Neither do I.
Yeah. Who knows these days?
49er fans.
There's a lot of 49ers fans.
Oh yeah, there are. I'm quite surprised. I probably saw 60-40, which is crazy. I rarely ever see that. But as you know, it's kind of like when the Dolphins go out to the West Coast. Everybody from any West Coast city that's a real Dolphin fan, they'll take, no matter where they go, they'll have at least 35% of the crowd, if not more. And I guess this is the East Coast opportunity for 49ers fans to come down and see their team, because I am shocked at how many 49er fans are out here today.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
I didn't even know they were a national team like that.
I mean, they've been pretty.
Buffalo Bills.
They've been pretty successful, Omar. I mean, not just recently. I mean, they've gone to a couple Super Bowls in the past 15 years. They've won some Super Bowls over the course of their history. Like, it's a pretty successful team, Omar. We're not talking about the Carolina Panthers here.
Yeah, but you know what? and maybe this is my mistake, I don't view them as a national team. I don't view them in the same realm of what the Steelers or Dallas Cowboys or even the Buffalo Bills. I don't even view Buffalo as a national team. They're just a crazy fan base. You got to be if you decide to live in Buffalo willingly. It's I would expect it to look like Tampa coming or Jacksonville coming, but I guess 49ers are a national team. I didn't know. We don't play them that often, so I rarely ever see them. And most of the time that we play them, we're on the road. So
yeah, you feel like we're gonna play them maybe finally without Liam Eichenberg on the offensive line, because that would make me happier for this holiday season.
I'm gonna break it to you. Yes, Liam Eichenberg has been replaced.
I've only been waiting years for that.
It's been a long time coming, but yes, we can't tell you that stuff during the week, but we saw it, and we kind of hinted at it in stories. But yeah, Liam's been replaced. It's going to be Isaiah Wynn at right guard.
What was the breaking point, man? Like, it was finally just, we can't hide from this. Like, I'm serious. Like, finally we hit it here. Now the damage is done, and we're like, what do you think did it?
Think about all the times you've ever heard Mike McDaniel be critical of a player or a unit. It's probably on one hand.
Yeah.
Just literally on one hand. And on Monday, he unleashed it on his offensive line. I mean, and let's be real about this. Let's just be candidly honest. And let's not even bring up the you guys find it funny and we're laughing at the fact that you guys are more concerned about it than we are. Let's not even bring that into the equation. I personally believe that if this Dolphins team tanks and doesn't produce a winning record, we're probably going to fire one, maybe two people. Somebody about to lose their job. You know that woman who on the you about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. And so they got a lot to play for. And realistically, it's the offensive line that has tanked the season. Why can't you run the ball? Because your offensive line sucks. I mean, last I checked, the guy who's a starting running back has the highest yards per carry average in NFL history. Last I checked. He can't even average 4 yards a carry this year. Your quarterback has to get the ball out of his hands like he's playing hot potato every single game. And you say, oh, yeah, well, he's completing 75% of his passes. Yeah, because he has no confidence in the offensive line. So the team that's been the biggest big play producer for the last 2 years, he can't hold on to the ball. So he's got to get the ball out of his hand quickly. Why is that? Because your offensive line is not very good. You can't run the ball consistently. You've averaged, I think it's 3.0 yards per carry for the last 6 games. When we first started getting concerned about it, you poo-pooed it and acted like, it'll turn back. It's our imagination. This is, it's not an issue. That's just not where our focus is. Well, 6 weeks later, it's still here. It's still a problem. 6 weeks. So Mike basically put a flamethrower to his offensive line last week Monday, said this is not acceptable. This is not the standard. And I guess they just decided they're going to remove the lowest graded guy, who is Liam Eichenberg, who's consistently low graded every single week, and see where it goes. It's if you don't know right now that the offensive line is not like the only person who started on the offensive line who actually would start for another NFL team is probably Brewer. And I'm talking about like another NFL team healthy. So you're basically starting all backups, the guy who never played right tackle. Hell, Solana, I called him crazy last week. And then actually I had to retract you're crazy because like it was actually something that they really should have considered, which is not put a guy out there who never played right tackle before. And lo and behold, he gives up 2 sacks. So when things like that happen, you can't do anything but blame yourself. And right now, because of the bad play of the offensive line, it's put Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel's job in jeopardy.
Omar, I would just like to take a second here to congratulate Brendan Tobin that the Eichenberg Express has derailed and officially has been decommissioned. Beautiful. Congratulations. So what do we expect from, because, we see the inactives and Tron Armstead, Kendall Lamb, both not on the list, which means they're going to suit up and play today. Mm-hmm. Like, what do we expect from those two guys? I mean, Omar, to see Tehran say that he had, it wasn't a pain issue a couple weeks ago, it was a loss of function in his knee. Like, that does not sound good at all. So, like, I mean, we already know the deal with Tehran, which is he's good when he's available, but he's going to miss 3 to 4 games a season. Now he's going to play on a knee that he had lack of function in. Like,
I don't even know what. Yeah, I don't even know what loss of function means. I wish I was there, but it's the holiday season. I skipped the Friday. I'm being lazy. I apologize to everybody because I would have followed up like, what the hell do you mean loss of function? Like, what does that mean? Because I don't even understand what that means. Like, does it mean that the knee wasn't working? Like, huh? Like, and how does the knee stop working and then start working again?
Right.
I have no idea. But last time I tried to talk to Ron Armstead, they shooed me away like I was some life sucking leech. So it is what it is. I'm glad that the last time we saw Teron Armstead in a Dolphins uniform wasn't his very last game. The last home game. I'm glad that he's going to give it a go to sort of end his career, if not Dolphins' career, because I really don't think he's going to be back in Miami on a more positive note. Because realistically, and I hope the Dolphin fans can put this in perspective. I know it was a very short tenure for Teron Armstead, but this is probably the best offensive tackle you've had on your team since maybe Richmond Webb. Like, I can't remember anybody else in the post-Richmond Webb era, because he's definitely been in Jake Long. Laramie Tunsil, it's debatable, but we never saw Laramie Tunsil at the elite level. You understand what I'm saying? We got the Laramie Tunsil who was working towards elite level. Well, Teron has been elite all his entire career in Miami, even though he's barely ever practiced and usually played hurt. But his hurt is still better than probably about 80% of NFL guards. And then Kendall Lamb, he's playing with his back. He's probably going to get shot up. He told me this week that the back is painful and it's a real serious, legit injury. These are two guys who are both veterans who played 12 and 10 years. They're the oldest players on this team, except for Jordan Poyer and Raheem Mostert. This is probably the last chapter for them, and I'm glad they're going to get to go out on their way, hopefully.
Omar, we were talking to Bees earlier on in the show, and we were asking him about, Stephen Ross. He doesn't talk to you guys as much anymore. You feel like if you had the chance, if you had the chance to talk to Stephen Ross, like what do you feel like you'd hear from him after all of this? Like being at the age that he's at, you feel like he cares as much as he is? Is he just as furious?
He definitely cares.
Like where do you think he's at after watching all this go down?
I saw him in the locker room after the Buffalo game, and even though they didn't win and it was a close loss, he was just disappointed and dejected. I always tell Dolphin fans, as hard as you think you take it, as difficult as you think this is for you, as painful as every Sunday loss is, I promise you Stephen Ross takes it worse. If I had the opportunity, and I've been writing to Steve all year, it's like my columns are Dear Steve letters.
It's beautiful.
It's literally, here's the thing, you keep putting money into this, you keep entrusting people who realistically, and guys, listen closely, realistically, he doesn't know what he's doing. And he's making it up, and he's not very good at his job. And while you can fake it till you make it for so long, we can't fake it for 6 years. And even if you continue this thing and you double down on it and you do it again, do you really have confidence that he's going to make the right moves in the offseason? Do you really have confidence that he's going to do whatever he needs to do to have a successful draft? Do you And the problem that Steve Ross has is he doesn't like the job search process. And it's a popularity thing, and it's a competitive thing, and it's a bidding thing. And if you look at any time he's ever hired anybody, it's been, I want the guy that nobody else wants because I don't want to get turned down. And like there were 8 openings when Mike McDaniel became the Dolphins head coach. You know how many of those openings Mike McDaniel interviewed for?
One.
Yeah, one.
And I think Mike is a good coach. I think he's clearly the best coach that I've covered since I've been here. And I started with Cam Cameron, obviously, Cam Cameron, Tony Soprano, Joe Filburn, the librarian. Then I go to Adam Gase, the cool guy until he wasn't the cool guy. Then I go to Brian Flores, the authoritarian dictator. Then I go to everybody's buddy, Mike McDaniel. And say whatever you want about Mike. And I saw something today that I just really took offense with. And I don't want to seem like I'm like cheerleading for Mike, but people are like, tell me one problem that he's fixed during his whole career. And I'm like, I could tell you like 10 things he's fixed now. Has it reverted back to where it was or what? Or did last year you telling me he didn't fix the offensive line? He didn't fix the running game? He had the second best running game in the NFL, the highest yards per carry average, the second highest yards produced, a set of touchdown record for Raheem Mostert for franchise. He didn't fix the run game last year. Like, don't be disrespectful. Don't do that. Let's not do that. Set a franchise record for sacks last year with who's the curmudgeon that nobody liked.
Fangio.
Fangio.
Old Fangs.
Yeah. Old Fangs. No, yeah. Old Fangs got to, basically like, yeah, I don't want to play with you no more. And cool. We let him go. And before injuries kind of decimated the defense, they weren't bad, and it's not, and they were good. This has been a top 10 defense most of the year, with the exception they don't get sacks, they don't get interceptions and turnovers. So why are they top 10? They don't really stop the run. So how magically did they become top 10? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's incredible, especially like you look at a defense like last week where, the Texans make impact plays and you're almost terrified to play them.
Yeah. I mean, so for people who sit here and say, oh, okay, Mike's team hasn't really won a big game. Maybe Dallas is the one big game, or he's beaten Baltimore, but not when the stakes were high, and people are just like, okay, well, why can't they get over the hump? Well, there's a number of reasons why they can't get over a hump, and it really starts with the talent on the roster. Because the talent on the roster, I'm sorry, you're not winning anything with this offensive line in December when it matters. Like, there's nobody you could beat with this offensive line. Now, maybe things changed with Lamb and Armstead on the line, but the offensive line that played the Houston Texans last week, and remember, you got the ball in the final drive and had the opportunity to tie the game with 1:44 left, despite having a disaster of an offensive line. So is it horrendous? No, it's not horrendous. Is it good? No, it's not good. They've regressed, absolutely. But the roster's regressed. And if we're candidly honest with ourselves, was that Mike McDaniel's fault?
No, it's not. But I could point to a couple other things, Omar. Skylar Thompson, 3 years under Mike McDaniel, and there was clearly no steady improvement there.
Yeah.
We could do that as well.
Mike.
Right.
That was a mistake, and that was on Mike. No question about it. I'm never going to let him shift that blame to Chris Greer. I am a blame assigner. Like, that's what I do. I assign blame to people because I don't want to hear about it after the fact. I don't want it to be like, oh well, it was him. No, I want to hear about it when we make this decision, why we make this decision. And Mike and Bevel, they were the ones that looked at Skylar. He clearly beat out Mike White. Everybody saw it with their own eyes. So we can't sit there and throw stones at that. But was Mike White competent enough to be the backup quarterback for the Miami Dolphins and keep the season afloat for 4 games? No, he wasn't. But hell, in 1 game he got injured, so we can't even blame the season not being afloat on him. Did they have a quality backup after Mike? No, they didn't. That was on the executives, because they could have went out and they could have got Tyler Huntley from the jump. They could have went out and got him in the offseason. They chose not to, and I don't even think Tyler Huntley's that good. So, we're where we are because of the choices that were made.
Omar, as far as McDaniel goes, though. And look, I'm with what you're saying, right? Like, it's not fair to just put all the blame on the head coach. However, with that being said, we were talking about hot seats earlier and how hot McDaniel's seat is. Like Dan Day was of the opinion, and I think a lot of people are, that Chris Greer and Mike McDaniel are tied at the hip. As far as McDaniel goes, though, specifically, right? As far as it goes, how important are these 3 games? Winning today, winning out, no matter if you make the playoffs or not, how important are these 3 games for Mike McDaniel and his job security?
Critically important, because this team would clearly be and have regressed if he did not put together a winning record. Now, I say that with the understanding that, hey, they don't have Jalen Waddle right now. When they don't have Jalen Waddle and you have to play with Eric Uzakama, and I heard you guys coming in, trust me, there is nothing to look forward to with Eric Uzakama. Nothing. Zero.
No preseason magic is coming?
No.
Damn it.
If he's on the field, he better block like a son of a gun, because I would love for me to be wrong, and I want to go up to Eric Uzakama after the game and say congratulations for saving your NFL career, because when this season ends, I don't even know if they're signing him to a futures contract. I don't even know.
It would go better than my awkward interaction with him one time at the Tyreek Hill Gala, where I went up to him because Leroy was hobnobbing with Wes Welker, and I was awkwardly stuck there with Uzakama, and I just said, "Love what you did in the preseason, dude." Such a terrible thing. It's like such a backhanded compliment.
I mean, what year was it though? Because
it was his rookie year.
There was hope.
Yeah.
No, it was his rookie. It was his rookie year.
He killed it his rookie year.
Yeah.
Now it never progressed from there, and sometimes guys just don't want it, bro. And sometimes I saw him working after practice, him and the other guy who I forget, something black. I don't even learn their names at this point. They were working after. I'm just being real with you. I still can't name you. Jackson Carmen, the right tackle. I couldn't even learn that dude's name. I was like, when I found out he was starting, I was just like, oh god. I told you guys, you could have put every dollar you had on that loss.
It sounded made up. It sounded like they found him like out of an AI make a tackle.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, he doesn't play as good as the made-up player. But not having Jalen Waddle, it's going to force a lot of teams just to put a lot of attention on Tyreek. You just take Tyreek away from Tua. He doesn't have Jalen Waddle. There's nobody on the opposite side of him. I'm sorry if you're hoping Malik Washington or River Craycraft is going to save your season. Like, they're not. Or Eric Uzakama. I'm sorry. Like, I hate to break it to you. You're not going to do well today. Jonnu Smith is going to be blanketed. Tyreek is going to be blanketed, and the opponent's going to say, "Yeah, beat us with River Craycraft. Go ahead, do it. Dare you, double dare you, triple dare you. Malik Washington, go for it. We got it. Go ahead, beat us with him." Like it's, and I hate to make those excuses, and you guys know I'm full of them. But I don't know what you're going to get from these tackles, but your 2 tackles at 70% against Bosa and your River and River Craycraft. Yeah, I don't like my chances. And the worst run game in the NFL, second worst. I'm sorry, let me not be disrespectful. Second worst run game in the NFL. I don't like my chances.
Omar, we like your chances every time you're on with us, man. Thanks for the time.
All right, guys.
All right, there you go. Omar Kelly from the Miami Herald. Go follow him. Does a great job. We'll take a break here on Gameday Uncensored. Back after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the
It's amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Edmore's has your back. Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassCadillac.com. Edmore's is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Take you guys up until the 425 kick from Hard Rock Stadium. Dolphins getting set for all that action. We'll get to your porpoise props coming up later this hour. We got to be a little quick here. We went along with Omar, so I want to give you, Solana, a little update from around Week 16. Hold on, we got a kick coming up here for the Rams. It's good. Rams are about to go up 10. They just went up 10 on the Jets.
Commanders just scored.
Commanders just scored, Dan Day?
They did.
Yes, it is going to be 27-20 with the extra point pending, and I would say 27-21, but with our field goal and extra points and everything.
Yeah, that's Jason Sanders for you. He'll hit the hard ones, but he'll hard break you when it comes to the extra points. You just don't know with him. He's a wild card.
Rams missed an extra point earlier today too.
It's a crazy thing right now. But yes, Eagles are up 27-21. Jalen Hurts was knocked out of that game with a concussion.
Early, like second drive. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Falcons all over the Giants right now, 34-7. 2 pick sixes for Drew Lock today. Oh, that's not
tough.
Great.
Tough.
Lions are up 34-17 on the Bears. Bengals are up 17-6 on the Cleveland Browns. Joe Burrow, 220 yards, 2 touchdowns.
He just had a bad fumble right now. They're knocking on the doorstep. They're like second and goal. He tried to extend a play, got the ball punched out, and the Browns took over possession.
The Titans just got in the end zone, so they closed the margin a little bit. It's 38-22 with about 8 minutes left, so not dead yet, but not looking great.
No.
For the Tennessee Titans to pull the Dolphins and do the Dolphins a solid.
Saw what Jonathan Taylor's doing right now in that game. Like, he has over 200 yards on the ground, man.
3 tutties.
Yeah, crazy.
3 tutties. Well, he's got to make good for last week. He does, dude. That was great.
Literally, they lost that game because of that play.
Are you guys in fantasy still? Like, did anybody have Jonathan Taylor and that cost you what he did last week? Dan, you have Jonathan Taylor? No, you don't. I thought I saw you nodding along. I think that's great. Could you imagine having Jonathan Taylor in fantasy and it blew you the game?
Crazy. I'm in 6 leagues, Tobin. I made the playoffs in 1. I'm so mid at fantasy. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous, man.
It's okay, buddy. We still love you here. And
you.
I give you props, by the way. For you to be here, you sat through that Heat game last night, and you did the Spo 5K.
Yeah.
You're a warrior today, man.
Well, I wasn't thrilled with Spo this morning. And look, great for a great cause. Like, I'm obviously, this is tongue in cheek, but Heat blow a 22-point fourth quarter lead, and then I wake up this morning to go do a 5K in Coral Gables, and it was 50 degrees. I wasn't thrilled. I wasn't thrilled about that. Yeah.
You got to think, too, like I saw Udonis Haslam was there. You got to think the coffee that him and Spo had this morning after discussing what happened yesterday had to be one for the ages.
Yeah, man.
Spo's on 0 sleep.
Everybody was there. Zoe was there. He was drinking his coffee, walking the 5K. It was cool. It really was a cool event. But that Heat loss, man. That's why I need the Dolphins. Just pull through for us, Dolphins. Come on.
You got a palate cleanser. We got the Panthers today too, and Sioux Falls Skyforce are in the Winter Case Classic tonight at 6:30 on ESPN2.
Championship game, baby. Championship.
There you go. All right, we'll take a break. We will give you some action. We're not good at fantasy, but porpoise props, we specialize in those. We'll get to those coming up next here on Game Day Uncensored.
Hi, I'm Nikola Jovic from the Miami Heat. Listen to our game.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Miami Dolphins getting set for the San Francisco 49ers from Hard Rock Stadium. It is that time, Solana. We look at what action we like, what action could interest us with a little bit of juice. It's time for Porpoise Props.
It's time for...
I don't know about you, but that looked like money.
Porpoise Props.
Hopefully you didn't jinx us.
Props.
Porpoise Props sponsored by Hard Rock Bet. Hard Rock, roll with us. All right, Solana, here's what we got. For anytime touchdowns today, we got Devon Achane, minus 120.
Okay.
We have Tyreek Hill, plus 110.
Okay.
We have Jonnu Smith at plus 200. Malik Washington is plus 275. Mostert still, holding strong at a plus 325. And then when we start getting into the long shots, we got Eric Ezukama, who Omar Kelly says have no interest in him. Do not do this. He's plus 700. River Craycraft is plus 700. Alec Ingold is plus 1,100. Jalen Wright all the way up to plus 1,300. No faith in the rookie. And then Julian Hill is plus 1,300. Who tickles your fancy today?
Man, like Jonnu Smith at plus 200, right? Doesn't that speak to you a little bit, Tobin? That seems, yeah. Like
no Waddle,
no Jalen today. The thing is, I'm sorry, man. Like to score a touchdown, Eric Ezukama. I want to ride with you on just like a crazy prop, right? Like I want to ride with you, Tobin, but the guy hasn't played at all. And he's going to come in, score a touchdown. I hope so. I hope you're right, but I just don't buy it. River Craycraft was my guy 2 years ago. Anytime touchdown, River was like the play, but that just hasn't materialized at all this year. And Julian Hill, I mean, stop it. I'm not putting my money on Julian Hill. So if I'm going to put money on a Dolphin, I think Devon Achane, even at minus 120, is a good bet every week, but Jonnu Smith is the guy I'm looking at where I'm saying plus 200, let's ride. How do you feel though? Tyreek Hill, it's down to plus 110. It was at plus 120 earlier, down to plus 110. And like Bees was saying to us in the second hour of the show, Tobin, let's go. Like we don't care what you say on Twitter or on X. We care how you play on the field. Like, do you feel like this could be a bounce back game for Tyreek? A lot of people have been talking. There's been a lot of videos put together of his drops and just his bad plays in big moments. Like, do you feel a big bounce back performance from Tyreek?
It's hard to say, like I love the fact that they are actually making some changes to the O-line. I think that is going to do, like, I'm not being, doing a bit here, guys. I'm telling you, the fact that they're getting that bum Liam Eichenberg off the line and they're putting an actual professional in Isaiah Wynn is going to do this team wonders. I really do feel that. Like it just, this whole 12 points, 10 points nonsense. I feel like that's going to be a big time break for them. I also love the fact that they're at home. The 49ers are banged up and they, you got some really talented defenders and whatnot, but yeah, man, I do feel like this could be a big Tyreek Hill game. I feel like if you're not going to do it now, when is there going to be? You don't have a run game. The only other guy he could go to is Jonnu, which is like, he does have an affinity for him. But I feel like, yeah, if you're Tyreek Hill and you're Tua, you've had all this friction the last couple of weeks. You would feel like, hey, this has to be a week we get on the same page, especially, knowing everybody's looking at us for those interceptions left and right. You could get him 2 touchdowns for Tyreek Hill today, plus 600. If you feel that confident.
Yeah, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. You know what else is just shocking? We talk about the run game. Bro, Raheem Mostert, over-under rush yards is set at 16.5.
Jeez.
16.5. And by the way, I'll say it. Tua Tagovailoa, 1.5 is what it's set at. You can get the over at minus 115. 1.5. Tobin, that's one little rush. One little rush for 2 yards, bro.
That's hit a bunch this year. I mean, he had that drive last week where he, threw his head again into danger.
Yeah.
He's not good at taking care of himself.
He doesn't seem to get it, right? He doesn't seem to get it.
He doesn't seem to get it. He doesn't seem to get it at all. So no, I don't have a problem with you going with Tua if you want to throw it into a parlay, especially. Like, all I need is 1.5 Tua rushing yards just to sweeten up the pot on something. I think that's a smart way to go. Devon Achane getting over 48.5 yards today. Like, do you feel good that getting Eichenberg off the line, 2 tackles back? Do you feel like the run game can have some semblance of competency here?
Here's the thing. Like, all right, Mike McDaniel's going up against Kyle Shanahan. He was his run game coordinator, his run game guru, whatever the hell you wanted to call him. Don't you feel like you're the one that said, hey, you pull out all the tricks today. You pull out all the stops.
Yep.
Every trick play you've had in your playbook that you haven't called, or the ones that Kyle Shanahan scoffed at, you pull it out today. Don't you feel like Mike McDaniel, first of all, the fact that you have Teron Armstead and Kendall Lamb in there is a huge, huge bonus for Miami. Like, even if those guys are at 70%, it's better than Jackson Automobileman that they started last week. And yeah, no Liam today. So already, like, you're in a better position. Don't you feel like they're going to try to get the run game going? You can't go. This would be 4 straight weeks without surpassing like 80 yards rushing. Oof. I mean, it's an embarrassment, man. It's an embarrassment. Don't you feel like they have to commit to it today? They have to.
I would think so. What do you think of this? I'm about to put this in right now. Zach Sealer and Chop Robinson each getting half a sack. So I'm parlaying them together. The over's half a sack. So they each have to get a sack in today's game. All right. No push. They can't, do it together. Plus 750.
I like that. I like that.
You got Cam Good come back, so you got a little bit of a help. Not all the attention is going to go his way. They don't have Trent Williams. I think I'm going to go with that. I think I'm going with my 2 guys, Zach Sealer it on up. And I'm going to go with Chop Robinson with the axe. I think I say they each get over half a sack, plus 750 that cashes today.
I like that. Where is that? Is that in?
I just bring it to you. So you go to defense.
Oh, so you're just parlaying it. You're just parlaying it.
I'm parlaying it together.
All right. I do like that. I do like that.
Putting them together. Little sack parlay.
What about the game itself, Tobin? It looks like the line is going to stay at Dolphins 2-point dogs at home today. You can get the Dolphins to win outright, money line at plus 105. The Dolphins at home against a below 500 team. I know it's the Niners, but they've been a disaster this year. They're banged up as anybody in the league, are getting 2 points. I mean, like, this could be a game where, our emotions are all over the place with this team. We're dejected. We feel like the season's over. But are we ignoring the fact that this is the game the Dolphins beat, that the Dolphins win at home, great conditions versus a below 500 team?
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know what to feel. I do think the Dolphins are going to play better today because I do think that they're banged up. I do think that they've at least got some reinforcements to make the line better now. Again, this is a big addition by subtraction for me. So I do love the Dolphins today. I probably will throw a little something on them with the money line. I might throw it into a parlay. If I go, I may go, my sack parlay. I might throw the Dolphins end to win in there just to sweeten it on up a little bit.
All right. I do like that, though. Half a sack for each of these guys.
Yep.
Good call by you.
That is Porpoise Props. We got one more segment on the other side. We'll predict the game ball and take you into Panthers hockey. Back with more on Gameday Uncensored after this.
Rich Eisen here from Westwood One.
slim and almost none. For all you math majors, we have about a 6% chance of making the playoffs, and we don't control our playoff destiny. All we can do is win, baby, win, and hope for the best. And hey, what about that tweet from Tyreek? It's time for me to go, coach.
I guess I read it as he's talking about coaching. There's not a comma, but probably when he was typing his comma. I don't know. He's in great spirits and walkthrough. So maybe he just wanted you to ask me in my press conference.
That's certainly something to think about, Coach Mike. The 49ers are at Hard Rock Stadium today to play the Finns. It's yet another must-win for the Dolphins after their poor play versus the Texans. Tua says there's only room to think about today's game.
For players, coaches alike, whether it was the best game you had, whether it was the worst game you had, you got to learn how to move on from that, because the next team doesn't care whether you won or not. They're focused on how they can stop you. We're focused on how we can get points on the board. We're focused on things that we can get better on.
We'll see. Time for Game Day, Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans, with Tobin and Solana, Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here with you alongside my co-host, Alejandro Solana. Dan Day producing for us. You'll be able to hear Dan today after a little Panthers hockey. We'll have a post-game edition. Panthers getting set for the Tampa Bay Lightning. We got Panthers preview coming up here in about a little over 20 minutes. We'll get you to are they on the road today, Dan? So they're in Tampa today. So Doug Plagans will have your call there on the road as the Cats look to keep things rolling. I got some finals here for you today as the 1:00 slate is coming to an end. Solana, the Jets, they lose 19-9, and I believe that would clinch a season worse than they would have last year with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback, and a season where they did not have Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. So well done by Aaron Rodgers, the enigma.
So Zach Wilson led the New York Jets to a better record than an Aaron Rodgers led Jets team had.
Yes, that's what I would like to say. Yes,
Tim Boyle was also in that equation.
Tim Boyle also gets a ring. Tim Boyle also engrave it on a ring. We led the Jets to a better season than Aaron Rodgers. They can never take that away from us.
Tim Boyle took snaps last week for the New York Giants, by the way. He's somehow back
It's amazing.
on a team.
It really is a marvel how he's able to keep finding his way in. Speaking of those Giants, they lost 34-7 today to the Atlanta Falcons, who were making the debut of Michael Penix Jr., who threw for 202 yards, no touchdowns, but did have an interception. This was buoyed by a couple of pick sixes thrown by Drew Lock today. So, the Falcons making that switch. There was reports today. Kirk Cousins is not going to be returned to Atlanta. They'll cut him before his guaranteed money kicks in March. Fantastic contract by the Falcons front office.
Crazy, man. Even though I will say for the first, 6 weeks of the season, looked pretty good.
You want him as QB2 next year?
You know what, man? Why not? You don't need him for a season. You need him for 4 games potentially?
Mm-hmm.
Potentially. Mm-hmm. I don't want to throw that out there in the universe.
He's got a relationship with him, yeah. Like from Washington. He could land on his feet down here. I could see that. I could see that potentially being a thing.
Better option than anybody the Dolphins have had in a couple of years. I'll tell you that much, man.
Probably.
Way better option.
The Lions took care of the Bears. They improved to 13-2 on the season. 34-17 was your final there. Jared Goff, another 3-touchdown day for him. Jahmyr Gibbs ran for 109 yards and a touchdown. So the Lions just keep trucking. They're a monster. Man Campbell, we he's going on radio shows this week, cursing up a storm. If only we had
his defense. It's like nobody. I don't know anybody on their defense anymore. It doesn't matter. They're still gonna bite your kneecaps off.
Yep. That's what they did today. The Bengals, they win 24-6. Joe Burrow with 3 touchdowns. And they improved to 7-8, so they have passed the Dolphins. I was just watching CBS. They have officially passed the Dolphins in the hunt graphic.
Mm-hmm.
Dolphins have to keep pace today. The Colts, we were all watching this game. I just watched Mason Rudolph in a Hail Mary situation take 10 seconds and threw it to a Colt. So thank you, Mason, for performing when we needed you most. They lose today 38-30. The Colts are now 7-8. Dolphins, of course, need them to finish behind. If the Dolphins are able to win out, they need the Colts to lose a game because, yes, they lost to the Indianapolis Colts this year.
So here's the Colts' schedule the rest of the way. They have the Giants next week on the road in New York. And guess what? The Giants don't win at MetLife. So that's a victory for the Indianapolis Colts. And then they host the Jacksonville Jaguars at the end of the season with your boy McCorkle Jones starting at quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's not good. If the Dolphins were to win out and the Broncos were to lose out or the Chargers were to lose another game and the Dolphins didn't make the playoffs because of the Indianapolis Colts, that would sting, Tobin. That would absolutely sting.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It absolutely would. There's no doubt about that. That would absolutely be crushing and honestly would be fitting.
Mm-hmm.
It would be fitting. Finally, the Eagles right now, they are up 30-28, just under, or they've actually just hit another field goal. So they're up 33-28 with just under 2 minutes left. So the Commanders are going to have a chance to go out here and get a game-winning drive to see what Jaden Daniels can do for them. He's got 4 touchdowns on the day. He's thrown for 225, 4 touchdowns, 2 picks. He's rushed for 67 yards. He's just having an incredible day. If you have him in fantasy, and then we have overtime between the Cardinals and Panthers right now at 30 apiece. So that is your 1:00 slate, nearly coming to an end, Solana. In Game Day Uncensored, we're brought to you in part by your South Florida Chevy dealers. You're looking for more power, capability, and technology with Chevy trucks. You're ready for anything Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Let's predict the game ball here, Solana. If the Dolphins get this done today, who do you predict is getting the game ball for the Miami Dolphins?
So I think I went with Tua Tagovailoa last week.
Oof.
Yeah, not good. No bueno, man. Because my thought process was, well, you've got Jackson Honda Man starting at right tackle, and you have a rookie at left tackle. So if they're gonna win, it's got to be Tua just playing his mind, right? Like just playing out of his mind. Well, that didn't happen. He played the other way. He literally had the worst performance of his season. I'm just gonna go with what's been working. That's Jonnu Smith. Like I don't know what else works for the Dolphins other than Jonnu Smith 8 yards at a time and his big ass hands catching the pigskin. So I'm gonna stick to what's working. I'm gonna stick to my fellow FIU Panther. I'm gonna go Jonnu Smith. Couple targets today. Hopefully gets into the end zone. May or may not. I've thrown a little change on that as we discussed during Porpoise Prop. So I'll stick with Jonnu Smith.
I like it. I mean, listen, it's as faithful as you can get. I think look, Tua let you down last week. I don't know what to tell you. We haven't really, to be fair on today, we've not done the blame Tua thing. And he probably deserves more blame. He probably does deserve more heat than he has gotten for his performance last week, which was not good. I didn't feel like he was sharp. I didn't feel like there was ever a time where, it felt like he was going to, take this game by the reins and do anything for the Miami Dolphins. And that really has been the big knock on him. As a fan of the guy who's had to, deal with the wrath of Tuanon when I've dared to say things like, that wasn't really up to snuff. I haven't even killed the guy. I haven't said that he's not a franchise quarterback. I haven't said replace him. I haven't said fire him. But people like and by people I mean Tua fans, not Dolphin fans, because all I want is for the guy to come through in a big moment. Today, I don't really know if that's going to happen. Like, this is a keep afloat. Like, they owe you one because that one last week was just such a turd in the punch bowl of a performance from him and Tyreek Hill. So I'm not going to predict the game ball for him. I'm going to go on the other side of the football because I believe in Zach Sealer. I say that he's going to get the game ball just like I do every single week because, quite frankly, he's been the Dolphins MVP this season. He has. I mean, like everybody, he's been the best player. And if it wasn't for Eichenberg poking him in the eye, who knows how many sacks he would have had. How many would he have to miss? 2 games for that?
2 games.
Two games. Yeah. Thanks to Zach Sealer for thanks to Liam Eichenberg for poking Zach Sealer in the eye and then having Zach Sealer cover it up for you because it was you. And finally, you've been benched. All right. So I guess if I have to give a game ball to anybody, am I giving it to Butch Berry or Mike McDaniel for finally having the common sense to bench the biggest bum this Dolphins team has seen in the last 10 years? I can't believe how many chances. Could you imagine getting this many chances at a job, Solana? Like it would literally be like you walk into radio and it's like, hey, you're gonna be a board up, and you unzip your pants and you whiz all over the board, and they're like, you know what, we'll put you over in promotions, and then what you do is you go to promotions and you smack a listener right in the face, and then they're like, all right, that didn't work out for you. How about we just put you in the office in the promotions closet, and they steal everything that you have. And it's like, well, we have no more jobs for you. There's nothing else that I could have here for you in radio. And that is what Liam Eichenberg has been to the Miami Dolphins. Like, they thought this guy, well, let's put him at center. No, sucks. We put him at guard. We put him at tackle. Sucks. Then we put him at the least important position there is on the offensive line. The only place there is, worst running team ever. And the only thing they were trying to do this entire time, let's not move him. Shh, let's not move him. And they moved him somewhere that was valuable. The bench. He's awful. And I can't wait for his contract to be over.
He might be doing radio in a couple weeks.
Oh, great!
It's very possible.
We're gonna get those emails. Be like, this former Dolphin is looking for some media opportunities. Great. Mm-hmm. If we did have him here, he'd probably like belch into the microphone and short circuit it.
Isaiah Wynn, by the way, is the guy who lined up in pregame drills at right guard. So it's pretty much official. Liam Eichenberg is on the pine, and Isaiah Wynn. I'm interested to see that. Like, we're crushing Eichenberg. I mean, how bad must Isaiah Wynn have looked in practice since he's been available? I know he dealt with injury, and it took a lot longer for him to come back and all that stuff. But how bad must he have looked in practice, or how not confident in his body must he have been over the past month for him not to get on the field, given how bad Liam Eichenberg and Robert Jones have looked?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, I understand what you're saying in that regard, but I also think that sometimes these guys, like, they just keep throwing them out there because they think the thing of continuity is going to keep it together. And we always get yelled at this because they're like, well, they know more than the media and the fans. It's like, yeah, sometimes people get stubborn in any profession. You get stuck in your ways. And so I would fully expect this might be the best the Dolphins run the football in months because they got that sieve off the offensive line.
I'll tell you what, man, if the Dolphins can move the ball on the ground today and they do it to the right side of the line, and it's that simple, like, oh, Liam just couldn't play anymore, then McDaniel's going to look real bad, bro. Like, he's going to look real bad. It took him this long to do it. Very bad.
That's fair. Like, the damage is done and now you finally made the move, but I think they both have to stare at themselves in the mirror, him and Chris Greer. And I think, this is probably, I think if you're them and if you are getting any messages from the boss man, if you are getting any messages, it's probably like, hey, you going to do anything? Like, are you a guy that has any solutions? Because if you just let it stay the same after that performance, when you have your end of the season answer and being like, so we went from best to worst in running the football. Why didn't we ever get rid of that bum Eichenberg? I don't know if that'll be the direct question, but it should be the direct question. And now they actually can say, yeah, we tried, boss.
Random thing I'm looking at, the Dolphins posted a video of Cheetah coming out onto the field out of the tunnel. And who knows, like, this could change from now until game time, but he's not wearing socks. And I was fascinated by this last year. that he kept getting fined for not wearing, he has to wear like the official socks that all the other players wear. And he's not wearing socks again. He just has his ankles taped up. No socks for the cheetah. Just something I find fascinating. Like, I guess he's just cool with taking the fine. All right, fine me then, NFL. Period.
I think he'll be all right. He could probably take that check that he got from Twitter engagement this week.
Does he get paid for that? Does he get paid for that?
I don't know. I assume so. Otherwise, why would you want 8 million views on a tweet? I assume that's just to engagement farm. I think that's what he's doing.
This guy got $30 million, but he's engagement farming on social media, tethering at the heartstrings of Dolphins fans.
Yeah, like what am I supposed to do? I mean, am I supposed to think that he did that for any other reason than engagement farming? I don't know. I'm lashing out. I understand it.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not far behind, bro. I'm not far behind. Like, time and place, bro. Time and place. You're coming off the worst performance maybe of your Dolphins tenure, and you're trolling everybody on social media. Time and place, man. I'm with you. I really am. It's frustrating as hell. I just think that's what you sign up for when you get Cheetah. I expect it from him.
Fine, but I also signed up for 1,700 yards, not Jarvis Landry numbers. That's what I also signed up for. And I think that's what Stephen Ross signed up for too. He goes, he has how many tweets? And he has how many yards this year? Oh, okay, great. Awesome.
Is Jarvis Landry available, by the way? We might end up needing him to suit up soon. We'll see how the Eric Ezagama experience goes. If not, maybe we can sign him.
He's probably doing an appearance right now at the plaza. Jarvis, we need you. It's like, all right, I'm out. Let's do it.
Is he a Saint this year?
I think he didn't play this year. I don't think he played for anybody this year.
All right.
He was at least, I think his last place was the Saints, but I don't think that anybody took him this year.
Oh, that was a long time ago too. I'm looking 2022. Has not played since 2022. Damn.
I know, man. I don't know. I'm not asking for much. I'm just asking for these guys to go out there and not embarrass the fan base. We had a game winner from Jaden Daniels.
Oh, he threw a touchdown? Wow.
6 seconds left, it looks like.
Wow. Back of the end zone. A dart. Nice dime, man. That kid's good, bro. That kid's really good.
34-33. Commanders lead the Eagles, who lost Jalen Hurts in the midst of this game. Wow.
The Cardinals, in their own territory, they're in overtime. They hit like a 50-something yarder to force overtime. Get the 3-and-out on the Panthers. Panthers punt it. They're back in their own territory. And
stupid for a tie?
4th and 2. Well, no, 4th and 2. They go for it on their own, 26-yard line, and they got it. The coach, they panned to him right after they converted. Just Connor right up the middle. And he was trying to play it off cool, but he crapped his pants the second this guy hiked the ball. He crapped his pants.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We haven't had a tie this year, huh?
No tie. Hey, what about the play? Did you see that on Thursday night? Was it Thursday Night Football? The play that happened in the Broncos, was it Broncos Chargers, where they were able to kick a field goal.
Oh, the free kick.
The free kick, right. They literally had a free kick. Did you know what the hell was happening there? Because I was
very
so
confused.
I was so confused.
No, and I think it was the first one in 50 years or something like that, yeah?
Yeah. First one.
No, I had no idea.
77 or something like that.
I've never understood that, but I saw it happening. I was like, whoa, this is crazy.
What's crazy though is imagine being in the stadium. At least we had the commentators to kind of talk us through what was going on, even though it didn't really sound like they knew what was going on. But at least there was some clarity on the situation. Imagine being in that stadium and you see them line up to kick a field goal, or I'm sorry, to kick off, but the ball goes through the uprights and they get 3 points. Nobody in that stadium knew what the hell was going on. There's no way anybody understood that situation.
It was a weird one for sure. It was definitely a weird one. And then yesterday we had the Chiefs continue to do Chiefs magic, once again buoyed by the refs. But
yeah.
That's what they do. What's new?
If they win next week, then it's I again, I know the Dolphins' playoff chances are pretty much toast at this point. But if they beat the Steelers next week, then it's done. They wrap up the 1 seed, or if the Bills lose today, but I don't see that happening. They're playing the Patriots. They wrap up the 1 seed, and they'll be able to rest Mahomes against the Broncos last week of the season on January 5th. So that's the consequences of the Chiefs beating the Texans yesterday. Not good for the Dolphins. If they do end up winning out, and if the Colts somehow lose a game, not good for the Dolphins.
So we got a heavy stakes Christmas coming up with Chiefs and Steelers. If the Dolphins can even win today, which is an if. We don't really know if they can get that done. But, man, if they don't, I really am like, if you don't win this one, dude, if you have at home, both where you're at, where the seasons have gone, if you can't win this one, dude, I mean, don't even look at yourself in the mirror. Just put sheets over the mirrors in the locker room, because it would be such a disgrace.
We spent, a good amount of today's show talking about the hot seat for Mike McDaniel. Look, Chris Greer, I think we're all on the same page about Chris Greer. Whether or not Stephen Ross makes that decision, we'll find out. But I think we're all on the same page about Chris Greer. Mike McDaniel's, to me, the big question mark. If they lose this game today, the seat is going to be burning hot.
Toasty. It's going to get toasty.
Burning hot.
Yeah. It's definitely going to get toasty. All right, everybody. That is our show for today. This has been Game Day Uncensored. Miami Dolphins getting set for the San Francisco 49ers. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thank you to Adam Beasley from Pro Football Network. Go follow his work after the game, as well as our guy Omar Kelly from the Miami Herald. We always appreciate those guys stopping by, and we will talk to them, win or lose, next week. We don't have to do a late one because the Dolphins got flexed out against the Cleveland Browns. Dan Day will come your way after a little Panthers hockey. We got Panthers preview on deck here as the Cats are getting set for the Tampa Bay Lightning, and then thereafter tonight, probably around 7:38-ish tonight, you will get a Dan Day tonight, Game Day Uncensored post-game edition. So that is our schedule for the rest of the day, everybody. We will talk to you rascals the next time. Everybody have a happy holidays. Fins up. Go Fins. Don't embarrass us. And we will talk to you guys next time.
Folks, that's the wrapping and the bow on Game Day Uncensored, our holiday gift to you. Dolphins and 49ers coming up. After the game, we'll talk about it on the postgame.